Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is the August 14th session of the Mayor and Council. It's our public participation meeting. Time is approximately 6:30 p.m. Mr. Davis, would you please read the appropriate opening statement?
Yes, sir. Let the minutes reflect that adequate notice the holding of this public participation meeting of the Howell Township Council was provided for in the following manner. By the posting of copies of said notice upon the bulletin board in the Township Municipal Building on January 1, 2007, by the faxing of copies of said notice to the Asbury Park Press, Tri-Town News, and Star Ledger for publication on January 1, 2007, and by the filing of a copy of said form of notice in the Township Clerk's office on January 1, 2007. The public will be allowed to attend this meeting and will be allowed to participate pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Law. The public is reminded that civility and decorum will be maintained during the meeting. Any contracts awarded at this meeting or between now and the next meeting will be required to comply with the requirements of the public laws of 1975, Chapter 127, NJAC 17:27. In accordance with the Fire Prevention Code, be advised that this facility is designed with 3 emergency exits for your safety. The locations are as follows. Upon exiting the meeting room to the rear, they are to immediate left and immediate right, and at the front of the meeting room to the left of the dais. Furthermore, smoking is not permitted in the municipal building. Please take note that this meeting is being videotaped for future broadcast on Howell Township TV 77.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mrs. Dahl?
Here.
Mr. Howell?
Here.
Mrs. Showmaker?
He's apparently not
Mr.
here
Walsh?
at the present time.
Here.
Mayor DeBella?
Here.
4 present, 1 absent.
All right, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance when we return, since we're going to go into executive session. Ms. Schlegel, is it correct we have reason to go into closed?
Yes, we do, Mayor. Personnel, contract negotiations, and litigation.
All right, Mr. Davis, would you please read the necessary statement?
Whereas Title 10, Chapter 4, Section 13 of the New Jersey Revised Statutes require that the public shall not be excluded from any meetings of a public body unless a resolution authorizing such exclusion is adopted at a public meeting, and whereas the Township Council of the Township of Howell has determined that such a closed meeting is required to discuss certain matters which are exempted from consideration with the public in attendance under New Jersey Revised Statutes 10:4-12, again, namely personnel, contract negotiations, and litigation. Now therefore be it resolved by the Township Council of the Township of Howell that the public shall be excluded from the next portion of this meeting, and the Township Council will reconvene in public session thereafter. Be it further resolved that minutes will be kept of the meeting in closed session, and the time and circumstances under which the discussion conducted in closed session can be disclosed to the public cannot be determined at this time. Need a motion and second.
We need a motion and a second, please.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Any comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mrs. Dalton?
Yes.
Mr. Howell?
Yes.
Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
Mayor DeBella?
Yes.
All
Okay,
yes.
we expect to return to public within the hour. Thank you. All right, good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to reconvene the meeting to order. Let the record reflect this is the Howell Township Mayor and Council's public participation and agenda meeting. The time is a little before 8 p.m. We had executive session beginning at 6:30. We have had the appropriate statements read. I would ask that everyone please rise for a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd also ask that everyone just please remain standing for a moment in silent observation of the many troops that defend this country all over the world. We've been having this moment of silence for some while now. I'd like to add to it tonight that we remember the families of the young people who were tragically murdered in Newark. It's a story that hit home no matter where you live, and we certainly want to remember those people who have suffered just an intolerable loss. Thank you. I'm going to ask the council to please join me in the front for a special presentation that we have. A few.
How many you got?
3, but I don't know if the Eagle Scout is here. It wasn't that long ago when the 5 of us, Mrs. Showmaker was delayed, but the council was here in the same chamber, a similar crowd, and we had the opportunity to acknowledge Miss New Jersey, who came from Howell Township. And at the time, many people who had been in the community for many years said, something like that had never happened in our community where someone won that kind of an award and that kind of distinction. And then lo and behold, I think it was a weekend or two ago, I got an email from another resident who was also recently given just an enormous distinction, and one that has really brought great recognition to our community. And it really makes it pretty fun to be from Howell Township when you have an opportunity to celebrate something as very special as we have in our community. And I'd like to recognize Mrs. New Jersey and her family from Howell Township. If you come on up, it's Mrs. Claire Pavlinick, her children, her husband. The interesting thing about Mrs. New Jersey is that this is not just a beauty pageant. Clearly, I can say this in the presence of her husband, this is clearly a very beautiful woman. So there's no surprise why the beauty part resulted in the way that it did. But this contest also has a very unique requirement that you have to have a cause or a platform, if you will, that you stand for. And in the case of Mrs. New Jersey, who comes from our community, and will better speak for herself, she's wonderful, and we're just so grateful. Work is never done. We're grateful you're here. We won't hold you up, but thank you and congratulations. And if you'd like to say anything, you're certainly welcome to do so.
I just want to thank you for the nice words you said on the paper, and thank everyone for their support in Howell. I'm definitely a proud member of the community. I love Howell, and my platform is a charity that I had started, which is why I did join the pageant. I don't do beauty pageants. I did it because I have a charity called Maternal Wings. I help support impoverished expectant moms so they can provide for their newborn babies. And someone had encouraged me to join the pageant so I could get more publicity for it. And God, was shining on me, and I won, so now I'm able to do that. So if I do have flyers, but it's maternalwings.com if anyone knows of moms who have baby products that they want to give, and I do put them to good use to moms in need. So, and next week I actually leave for Arizona for the Mrs. America pageant. So I will be representing Howell and New Jersey. Very proud. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Is that right? Yeah. All right. That's pretty good. 16. You're kidding. Wow. Good luck. Will we walk? When is it on? Is it? When
It's going to be the pageant's
Going
September
down the hall or
5th.
you
It's
going
going to be
along?
televised.
Keep us updated. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
You fixed it. I can tell you how to fix it.
Jamie Zarto here. Jamie, where are you? Why don't you come on up, Jamie? We have another distinguished resident that we would like to acknowledge tonight. This is truly, I say this all the time when we get to do this, this is the fun part about being involved in the community, is when you can take some time to recognize someone that has done something extraordinary or certainly very special and has brought distinction to our community. And Jamie, I don't want to mispronounce your last name. Ciarto. You were close.
I'm close.
Jamie Ciarto. Jamie recently was named the National PAL Female Youth Person of the Year in recognition for all of her activities with the Police Athletic League that we have in Howell Township. Is Sergeant Hill still here? Come on up, Sergeant Hill. Sergeant Hill is our local liaison, the backbone of the Police Athletic League. There really isn't much that happens in our community involving young people that this terrific individual is not involved in. And is really a role model. And Jamie, we just wanted to recognize you for the outstanding award that you've won, the work you've done for the PAL. It really does set an example for young people that you've taken it upon yourself to give of your time and your efforts and to set an example for other young people. So on behalf of the community, we are awarding you this certificate of recognition on behalf of myself and all of the council members for being named the Volunteer of the Year of the Police Athletic League. It has the seal of the community. It's dated this 14th day of August. Good luck in all you do, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Sergeant Johnson. Sergeant Hill.
The mayor asked me to say a few words. You guys know I'm not shy about speaking, especially when it comes about one of my kids. And you'll always hear me say my kids. Obviously, she only has a little family resemblance. She's definitely one of my kids. Jamie came to me probably, I like to say when she was 10, she always says 12, but I'm going to say 10. You know, might be losing a little bit besides hair. But anyway, and she came to me and said, I want to volunteer. I want to donate. I want to collect sports supplies and give them to kids who need it. That's when she was a young child. Since then, Jamie has grown in the power, has caused the power to grow. We started a youth leadership council where we come together and have meetings twice a month at the police station. And with Jamie's help, we went from 5 girls to now we have probably about 50 volunteers that show up, and they do everything from feeding seniors to giving out Christmas gifts on Christmas morning in the hospital. They leave their homes around 7 o'clock in the morning. But more than that, just her peers voted her the president of our youth leadership council. And we went down to the Gulf Coast about 13 times to help out during the hurricane time, and Jamie led that charge. It was easy for me to set it up because when I got there, Jamie took over. And I don't know what I'm going to do without her because she's going off to college, but Jamie has set an amazing example for the rest of the kids in Howell, and our group is growing more and more because of her leadership. So we want to continue to congratulate her. We know that one day Jamie will be running the Howell Police Academy. Maybe she'll let me volunteer there. I just want to wish her well and all that she does. She's going off to Rider College, and I keep telling her it's not that far away. So that she can come back. And I want to thank her. I want to thank her mother and father because they have not only Jamie, but they have 2 other kids that I'm just waiting to get in my hands. So thank you for all your support, and Jamie, thank you for all you've done.
Thank you. Just have one more. Is Jason Weinstein here? All right, thank you. We're going to get back to our regular business. Okay, we have a couple of different presentations here this evening. We're first going to have our hearing of citizens. Just a couple of notes. I have in front of me the speaking public participation list. Anyone who has signed up that would like to talk about 5A6, which is the wastewater management plan. Is anyone here from the public who would like to talk about that particular issue? Okay. Mrs. Smith, you do. Okay. Did you sign up on the list to talk about that particular issue? No. Okay, good, because we're going to have a separate hearing. That's what I'm just making everyone aware. There'll be a separate hearing on that particular item. Okay, so we have the public participation list. The first person on the list is Mr. Edwin Kelly. Mr. Kelly, good evening, sir. Welcome. Come on up.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Kelly.
Okay. I'm here.
Mr. Kelly, I don't know that that mic is on.
I'm here to talk about the displaying of the American flag.
Mr. Kelly, if you could, before you begin, I apologize. Could you just give us your official name and your full address for the record?
Edwin James Joseph Thomas Aloysius Cougat Kelly. No, it's not. It's
really the address that we need. It's for the clerk's benefit, not mine.
75B,
Thank you.
William and Mary Square, Freehold, New Jersey.
Thank you.
07728. It's in Howell. Okay, I've been trying to get the flag flying correctly and people to respect the flag correctly since 2004. It seems that every time that I come before the council to talk, there is a website that goes wild and brings up that it's a political thing that I'm always talking about because I have another problem. But We have straightened out most of the problems as far as the town, as far as the post office, as far as the schools. We have a problem with the fire department. I have permission to raise the flag at Adelphia Firehouse and Freewood Acres Firehouse. But the biggest violator of the way the flag is flown is Southern Firehouse, which is on Route 9 that everybody sees, and it's a shame. I even had to go and give a career fireman the order to put the flag down at half-mast for one of their people. It was a fireman that died after a fire up in North Jersey. They didn't even know what was going on. It's a shame. And this has been going on and on. I had the past vice state commandant of the Marine Corps League take a ride with me down Route 9 to take a look at the way the flags have been displayed. We have one Chamber of Commerce, which I call the Chamber of Shame, that flies the flag on the weekend, okay? And they have banners flying in between the American flags, which are standing higher than the American flag. That's a no-no. They're only using that as an eye catcher for people to go in there. And it has grown up Highway 9 because there are other people that are doing the same thing. I don't know what to tell you, but it's a shame. I don't have any backing from the veterans organizations. As you know, I was in a lawsuit that I'm still trying to straighten out, similar to the disorderly person award that I got from Howell Township. And I'm wearing I always wear the hat that I had the day I got that award. Gentlemen, it's a shame. It's a real shame that the flag cannot be flown correctly. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you for your comments, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Ken Harper. I think it's Ken and Ray and Jim Harper. You'd like to come up together, whatever is your pleasure. Yes. We actually, why don't you come and we'll give you the explanation, Mr. Harper. We do have this evening, where is Mr. Peters?
I believe he's out in the hallway.
He's outside the chamber. We do have an explanation this evening with respect to the sewer situation, and we're going to have Mr. Peters come up and give an explanation, if you will, and we're happy to have you answer or have him answer any questions regarding that particular issue. We could probably do that right as soon as we get through the main public, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, that's fine by me, as long as we get to ask him questions.
You will have the floor to ask him whatever questions you like. All right. So, Mr. Harper, the Mr. Harpers, we'll make certain that when we get to that portion, we'll get you gentlemen right up. Dr. Debbie Pennell. Dr. Pennell. Take your time. Good evening. Is this Mrs. Riggy that's with you?
Yes.
Okay. We have some pictures. Okay, you can put them right on the ledge of that board. Once you're set and comfortable, if you just give us your name and address for the record.
Thank you. My name is Deborah Pennell. I live at 104 Managua Road. Thank you very much for listening tonight. I'm here to express my dismay over the road condition in Ardmore Estates. We did bring some pictures here illustrating some of the conditions of the roads in our little development. Ardmore Estates is one of the oldest developments in the community and is, in my opinion, one of the nicest. The homes in there are eclectic. There are people who have been there 30 years plus, and there are brand new families who have just moved in. We care about what our neighborhood looks like. Our homes are all well maintained. People take care of their properties. However, the streets and the conditions of the streets are pitiful. In some areas, you'll notice there is grass growing up on the side. There are potholes that the neighbors call and complain. They're filled. Oftentimes, there's water in the holes, and the road department comes by and fills those holes. And then the first frost, the pavement pops right back up. I am in that development probably close to 15 years. When I moved in, it was either the year before or 2 years prior, a foundation of like an oil substance and rock was placed on top with the hopes that the neighbors going up and down the streets would drive the stones into the pavement, therefore creating a surface top. Some neighbors that I've spoke with said that it has been probably close to 30 years since a sufficient pavement of this neighborhood has occurred. And in the second set of pictures, the second board there, you'll notice in the center picture, at one point there seemed to be some excess pavement, and the road department came down and paved either side of the neighborhood. And in that middle picture, a truck was in the street at the time, so you can see they just kind of went around it and continued going down the street. In those photos, there are also drainage pictures. They're hard to make out because they're overgrown with leaves and grass and debris. So even when we do get a substantial rain, the water has nowhere to go but to collect in the streets. I am just asking when or if Ardmore Estates are on the schedule to be paved, if there is any kind of plan. One neighbor seemed to think that there is a 5-year plan and we may be on that. Another neighbor said that we're not on the plan at all. I do have a petition in front of me with close to 100 signatures from the neighbors. I went around and knocked on doors, and it was really a very rewarding experience. You got to meet some of your neighbors, and you received the history of the neighborhood, and you really heard firsthand their pride in Howell Township and how much they love being part of this beautiful town. But they're feeling a little bit forgotten as one of the older communities in the neighborhood. We're feeling that we've been here for quite some time, and our neighborhood is starting to look, and it's starting to take its toll.
Well, what I will tell you, Mrs. Schlegel wants to be recognized, is that we do have a plan that was designed to account for road conditions of every road in the community, because there have been issues about paving going back for many, many years. And in spite of how many roads we pave, we spend about $1 million a year. And for that, because of fuel and labor expenses, we get about 13 miles of road. Mm-hmm. And we've got in excess of 300 miles of road to maintain for the community. And I happen to agree with you. I have friends that live in your neighborhood, and I couldn't agree more with every single thing that you've said. Mrs. Schlegel, if you can respond in terms of where Ardmore is on the pecking list?
Certainly. First off, I want to thank you for your interest in your community and bringing this to our attention. Not that we didn't recognize that there is a problem in your neighborhood. As you have in front of you, Mayor and Council, is we do have a pavement management system, which is probably about 150 pages, which rates some of our older roads and their condition. So what I will tell you is this, and our engineer can elaborate on this a little bit more, but what I will tell you is that we will take a good hard look at your roads, how they're rated in comparison to the other township roads, and come up with some kind of viable strategic plan that we'll be able to at least communicate to you, so you'll have some time frame and some idea where we're at. But Bill, if you would want to elaborate, or if you have anything else to add, please.
Your development in itself is 10 roads. It's about 12,000 lineal feet, or about 2.2 miles of roadway. The pavement itself is roughly 30 feet wide, so it's kind of a wide road. There's no curbing at all in the development, so that gives you more of a challenge, especially to the people. And I've spoken to some of your neighbors while they were in the closed session. And they've indicated some concerns that the corners because there's no curbing and the drainage, for instance, people back flush their pool and it kind of sits in the roadway and dissipates in. The only real drainage is along the road that parallels the river. So in essence, you're correct. There are some areas where the grass does grow in and the gutters need some work. So we're going to look at that from a primary standpoint and then look at some of the secondary roads as well.
So a couple things. When can Mrs. Pinnell and Mrs. Riggi expect a follow-up back from us in terms of what your investigation has concluded?
Well, we actually have, for our capital consideration this year, a list of 73 roads, and some of the roads in your development are there. Not all of them, but ones that we have had some complaints on. And as the manager has indicated, we want to try to strategically put some of that in there so we can address your concerns as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, Mrs. Riggi, go right ahead.
Are the roads fixed in order of need?
I didn't hear you said, I'm
Are
sorry.
the roads fixed in order of need?
Yeah, your question, are the road fixed in order of the need? I'm going to give both of you a copy of the report, and the answer is yes. The report that we put together a couple of years back was designed to rank the roads in worst condition to best condition, but it did need to factor in how much mileage and how heavily traveled the roads are. So there are some roads in private developments that are not traveled as heavily, who might be in worse condition as roads that are traveled more. But because they're traveled so much more, there's a greater requirement from an infrastructure perspective to maintain them. And so the report took into consideration both volume and condition in terms of how we ranked which roads would get accommodated. Quite frankly, there probably are very few roads in the whole community that don't need some kind of repair, which is why we had to put this report together, because a few years back, we had a crisis on our hands, and there was no way to say, we're going to pick this road but not pick your road. So we tried to have something that said, here's a fair set of rules upon which how we're going to determine who gets what in what particular order. But I think based on the information that you've described, there are some unique conditions, particularly with respect to runoff, that could be stormwater management issues. And just to set some expectation for these folks, 2 weeks, a month, how much time before we may know something?
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, you see how extensive the report is. We really are focusing on Ardmore just now with your concerns being brought to the forefront. So it's going to take us a little while to really go through. I know the engineering department, I believe today, was trying to actually, this report is not in order of need. It's in actually I believe it's in alphabetical order.
It is.
So the engineering department was working this afternoon on trying to resort it into, for need. Now, I just want to let you know that this does not include all the roads in Howell Township, but the only roads that are omitted from this, I believe, are the past 7 years. Is that correct, Bill? So it contains all the roads except those that were in the past 7 years.
I'm going to give you my copy because I have another copy.
Okay.
And you're welcome to have it.
Because I have an extra if you need.
So
Okay.
to narrow it down to a time frame, you're telling me is,
What do you think is a
When are you going to make the
fair
recommendation,
time,
Mr.
Bill?
Nunziato, about roads for this budget that we've allocated monies for?
We could do it in a month.
So within a month, we'll get back to these two
We
residents.
certainly will.
Give them an update on where they stand.
Just make sure that we have your contact information.
It's on the
Okay.
sign-in sheet.
okay.
We appreciate you taking the time
Thank
to
you
come
very
out
much for
and share this
listening.
information with us. Any other member of the council have a comment?
I drove over there today and I was speaking to some of your neighbors. And your concerns are valid.
Thank you.
There's some other roads in Howell in real bad shape too. It's really in our township engineer's hands on what he tells us to. There's only so much money to spend on it. But I drove over there and I spoke to a few of the neighbors. I was there for about a half hour. And your main road needs some fixing, that's for sure.
Well, thank you.
We'll definitely, we'll listen to Mr. Nunziato's
We do have a packet of
recommendations.
pictures. Do you mind if
Please.
we leave them with
You
you?
can leave them with
Go
me,
ahead.
that would be great.
Okay.
Please,
You can
if
leave
you'd
that
do that,
also.
Mrs. Schlegel.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming
Thank
out
you
this
very
evening. I'm going to walk these over to you in a second. Mrs. Coakley, come on up.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Have to just tap the council window.
Good evening, Janet Coakley, 3039 Lakewood Ellenwood Road, and I'm here on my favorite topic, the revaluation. Just a couple of additional comments. We did file our state appeal and got an interesting comment from the county, excuse me, who stated that they had received quite a few visitors over the prior week with other people appealing to the state. So presumably our prediction is correct. There will be quite a significant number of additional appeals. I'm here mainly because, as Mrs. Smith usually states, she gets lots of phone calls from people who really don't want to speak on their own behalf, but have information that they'd like to communicate to you. So I wanted to relay a little of that information. Specifically, Frances Panzera, contacted me, and she had heard my comments regarding the elderly lady that we were very upset about because of her obvious panic at the meeting and how stressed out she was, and to the point that she was unable to speak. And she commented that during her hearings, which were on the 27th, June 27th, that a gentleman, an older man, as she said, became so stressed that he literally had a seizure. Again, very disturbing to her. So she had asked that if I commented, if I would pass that on. Other information that has come to light to me is that there are a significant number of houses that are underassessed. A new house that's greater than 5,000 square feet sold on July 31st of 2006 within the time frame that they're supposed to be assessed for $986,645, yet the assessment came back at $765,900. This is a brand new house, a huge house, very severely underassessed. This one I thought was very interesting. It's a 14-acre farm. It's a house. We would guess, we don't have an exact number, it's got to be over 4,500 square feet, the house itself. In addition, it has a large deck, a huge pool. I've seen the pool. It is gigantic. Picture a large pool and double it. Put a triple-sized patio around it, the entire width. A lovely circular driveway in front of the property. The whole property, in terms of the house footprint, must be 2 acres. They are assessed for 0.33 acres under farm assessment, so that their building lot is $66,000. Now, I hear comments from the back. I mean, we all know what our building lots were assessed at, right? So that, while I totally agree with farm assessment, my understanding was always that it was an acre at least that was assessed for the house. This is amazing to me, absolutely outrageous. If everybody were assessed equally and equitably, and that's all we have ever said, I think most of us would benefit from that. But there are businesses that are operating out of houses that are significant businesses and are being assessed as a residential property. And again, that's all we're commenting about. I'm just trying to bring things to light as we find them. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you, Mrs. Coakley. Lydia and Jeff, I don't want to pronounce this last name incorrectly, Madol? Madol. Come on up, Mrs. Madol. It says here under comments, the reason you're here is the mayor said to come and speak, so I might be in trouble. Welcome. Good evening.
Thank you. No one's in trouble. I just have some photos I'd like to
Go right ahead.
to
Sure, take your
explain.
time. Did we correspond in email?
Yes.
Now I remember your name. I think we had some email communication.
Thank you.
Welcome. Nice to meet you.
Same here. My name is Lydia Madole, and I live at 319 Oak Glen Road, otherwise known as True Companion Dog Training. And I am really here to basically clear up some information that was given at the last meeting that was highly inaccurate. I know the last meeting was about an ordinance in regard to dogs being considered to be livestock. How I came into play on that, I'm not really sure. It was kind of irrelevant to bring me and my business and my family up. I guess because we recently got awarded able to run our business as a dog training facility, that we got mentioned. Mentioning us was not a problem. Mentioning us in the manner in which we was mentioned was quite disturbing. I turned on the public channel and I caught an end of it which said, Jeff Madole is a bad apple and a bad trainer. And true companion dog training is an atrocity. And we live next to this atrocity, is what I heard. Unfortunately, my 11-year-old daughter sat there as well and heard that, who happens to have Asperger's, and if anybody understands anything about Asperger's, is a form of autism. Anything they hear is literal and sticks in their brain forever. I had to find a special sitter for her because she's been biting her arm all day, afraid of me coming to this meeting, because she did not want to hear anything bad again. So that personally is disturbing to me. In regard to true companion dog training, I'd just like to clear this up. We are a professional establishment. My husband has been a trainer in this area for over 25 years. We have over 6,000 clients who, if I call, will show up here and verify what type of people we are, what type of training facility we run. I also do not want to see a kennel pop up on every corner, because we used to rent from a kennel and tried to run our training business from the kennel. Very difficult. Two different pieces of the pie. We also do a lot of, and are trying to do a lot more of, autistic therapy work with dogs. Highly unconducive to do in a loud environment. Children with autism cannot handle loud noises for over any period of time. So the accusation that my dogs bark 24/7 can not only be inaccurate, is downright a lie. Because my child would not be able to live at my home if that were the case. Also, my clients wouldn't want to pay me if their dogs went home and were barking lunatics. That's not why you train a dog. You train a dog to be a good member of your community, to benefit family, to be a companion. Dogs that come to us, quite honestly, a good 60% of them would have wound up in the pound had we not been able to intervene and fix the problem at hand. We do keep dogs at our facility for training. Some dogs we do as private lessons, and that is the choice of the owner. Some people get dogs that they really did not research and are well above their ability, and so they require a professional's help. You see it more and more on TV now. You have the dog whisperer, you have different channels about doggy daycares. So it is not something that is just conducive to Howell. It is something that is part of everybody's life. And I alone today counted at least 15 different cars with people and dogs in them going someplace. So without trainers, not only myself and my husband, but other trainers in this state and other states in the areas, a lot of this would probably not be able, because these dogs may be out of hand. We also do a lot with several different rescue groups, and we do that at our cost. We don't charge the rescue group. We take the dog in, we train that dog, we place that dog, and we offer the follow-up for that dog at no cost to the rescue group. Obviously, the other end of that is we hope that the dogs do well and that we can help other people with their dogs through referrals. The pictures that I brought are basically to show you my facility and the folks that live next to me that have repeatedly claimed that my facility has caused them major hardship and has caused them not to be able to ride their horses and has caused them not to be able to have horses in the field. When up there, when you get a chance to look at it, you'll see over 200 entries of these folks riding their horses. Written entries that I've logged just for my own protection. You will see horses grazing in a field right next to my fence line. You will see what I have done on my property, which is I agreed to put in a 40-foot buffer, an additional 40-foot buffer, which I did, from the paddock fence line. I put the buffer in. I moved all my fencing 40-plus feet away from the horse paddock line. I even went as far as taking another side of my property and fencing that for my own dogs so that I would not disturb the neighbors, even though I honestly don't think I was disturbing them, but everybody has a right to live, and everybody has a right to use their property, and so we felt that that was the neighborly thing to do. I sent letters explaining that that is what we were going to do, in the hopes as reconciliation and becoming, maybe not liking each other, but civil neighbors. No one here has to like me, but I do deserve that if somebody is going to bring my name, my business's name, into light, that if they say such things, they should at least have proof. I have not one barking complaint against me, not one. If my facility was as loud as was previously explained to be, I would think that I would have a truckload of police tickets on my property for dog barking. And I personally would not want to live next to something like that. So I can promise you that that is not the case. And I really am just trying to make a living for my family. I'm trying to keep my daughter here because in Howell, we have an excellent special education program, and she has thrived in it. I looked into moving out of here when this all started because I can't personally stand much more of it. There wasn't any facility for my daughter to go to in a state that I could afford to live in. So I'm stuck, quite frankly. I wish that I wasn't. But I do like this community, and I always have. And I love working with the dogs, and I also have a small farm. I have 2 donkeys, 2 goats, 2 pigs, and some chickens, and they are all part of my facility, my home, my farm. They are all there to benefit my daughter. And so I offer that if anybody would like to come visit my facility, you're more than welcome to any day. No need to call. You're more than welcome to come, and you will see that there is not 24/7 dog barking. There is not 24/7 working. I am not a workhorse. I am a mom first, and I am a wife second, and then I work third. So I don't have the energy to work 24/7, especially with a child that needs as much help as my child needs.
Well, first of all, we appreciate your comments. The hearing that you're talking about was certainly
Heated.
a colorful one. And we attempted our best to try and allow all of those interested participants to share their views. And you're right, at certain times, several people who got up probably went a little beyond what they should have with respect to their characterizations. And I think your presentation was terrific, was very clear. Certainly this council had no issue with your establishment. There's nothing that we're aware of on file with the municipality that would suggest that there are issues with your business as you've suggested. And we're just grateful that you're here and that you operate your business in town. And certainly I appreciate your coming here and sharing your comments. I remember now that you're speaking, your emails were very impassioned. And I recall you felt that you were maligned in a rather serious way, which is why this is a good forum for you to come out and set the record straight.
I appreciate that, honestly.
And I'll take you up on the offer. I have an autistic son, and I'll come over to the farm.
Absolutely, and I know you do. I've met him several times at many events.
319 Oakland Road. I'll be
Absolutely.
there.
Anytime.
Thank you both.
I would
Please.
personally like to invite Mr. Howell to come too, because I notice you're rather passionate and seem to be supportive of the neighbors' claim that they are harassed. You just seem to defend them from my...
You would have to tell me when I did that.
Well, if you watch last month's meeting, you'll, if you review it, or if you would like to speak off the record about it, I don't feel like naming names personally, but I would appreciate it if you would come too, because the slanderous things that were said, I saw you take an interest in them, which shows a genuine concern for the neighbors aspect of it, which I can agree. I take it as, a sense of pride. You want to help people that come in and say, I have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a problem, and I would appreciate if you would come either with Mr. Walsh or individually.
I'll pick him up on the way.
Thank you.
At least we know they'll both be off the streets that day. All right, thank you, folks.
You see two of us on donkeys.
We appreciate your
Oh, no
coming
donkey
out.
riding, but you better bring carrots, because you might not get in.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Abramoff, I see that you're here now. Your name was on the list, and I apologize. I mistakenly went over your name, so you're next. Welcome. Come on up, Mrs. Abramoff.
I snuck my name in when somebody closed theirs off.
That's why I missed it. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
It's a pleasure to see you. How can we help you?
Grace Abramov, Glenmore Road. I also live in Ardmore Estates where the crappy roads are, but that's not why I'm here. I've noticed going through town, all of the abandoned buildings that are just sitting there rotting away. Mainly the Harris Mallow Clock Factory and Freewood Acres. Boy, is that an eyesore like you've never seen one before. Chamber of Commerce. What's being done with that building in particular? Do you know anything? How many years has it been empty? About 30?
What I can tell you is there are two buildings that have had the attention, my attention, the members of this council, and prior, the Pine View Grocery Store.
Right, that's one of them.
And the clock building, if you will. And what we have been told time and again is that they're not structurally defective, and that as a result of that, since they're not structurally defective, we don't have the police power to go in and require them to be taken down. They're not a public threat, if you will. We've had the construction official out at the Pine View Grocery Store several times, because the last time I checked, there's a tree growing through the roof.
Right.
But I've been told that it's not structurally unsound, if you will. So I think we're as frustrated as you are. I'm not certain if Mrs. Schlegel or Mr. Bongiovanni, you can add anything else to that. It is a point of irritation to the entire community.
I know the buildings you talk, the one you're referring to, and the grocery store as well.
Mr. Bongiovanni, I think you just lifted up.
I'm surprised that that building is still there, but I guess they pay their taxes.
That's what I was next.
They
My
do.
next question. They pay taxes.
They pay their taxes.
Okay, those are those two businesses. But I mean, I know the house on Havensbridge Road was torn down because of goings on in the house and the complaints of the new neighbors in the brand new houses that were in front of it, behind of it. That got torn down. I know that probably had something to do with the property.
We owned it.
We actually own that.
You owned that
Yeah,
one.
we owned it. We were allowed to tear it down.
Okay. Now, there's also 3 houses that I've taken notice to on Fairfield Road that are abandoned. One is just before 195 on the left-hand side.
Before 30.
Huh?
Before 195 on Fairfield?
Route 33 bypass,
Right.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I know which one's
Okay, and then there's, Speedy's house now is vacant, and then there's the other house on Baker Road, just on the corner of Baker Road and Fairfield Road, that is abandoned also. Those 3 houses sit abandoned.
I saw people living in Speedy's house a few weeks ago. Yeah, a few weeks ago, that I saw, I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Is Speedy's house the one that sits behind all the shrubbery?
I'm not certain which one is his
well,
specifically.
I may be mistaken as to which house is Speedy's, but whatever the case may be. There's 3 houses on Fairfield Road which I thought were abandoned, which are just waiting for vandalism and people to break into and cause trouble. And I can't believe that the Harris Mallow Clock Factory is a solid, stable building. I've seen holes in it. God only knows what's going on in it. But if you say you can't do anything, it's just a shame that you can't do anything about it, because it's really not a nice attraction, especially on Route 9.
You're right.
I agree with you.
You're right,
It's
Mrs.
just,
Bryant.
I agree with you.
it's something bad is waiting to happen.
Well, I'm not convinced that Pine View is structurally sound.
I don't
I've
believe
continued
that.
to ask
I
it
hope
because...
it's not our engineers that are looking
My
at
God.
that and saying
The roof in the building. Thank you, Mrs. Abramoff, for your comments.
Thank you.
Mrs. Wilkin, Karen Wilkin. Welcome, Mrs. Wilkin. Come on up. Good evening. Once you get comfortable, if you just give us your name and address for the record, please.
Karen Wilkin, 47 Yellowbrook Road.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here because I was unable to attend the meeting last month regarding the change in the land use ordinance, changing the definition of agricultural use. Now, I just have a few concerns about two words in that definition change, and those words are for sale. The reason I have a concern is that this is mimicking the tax code. This definition of land use, or definition of agricultural use, and the tax code is designed for farmland assessment and is geared toward commercial farming. Now, I happen to have a commercial farm, so this is for the benefit of the other citizens of Howell, not so much for me here. What I'm concerned with is it's opening up a gray area and a loophole where you're going to have other citizens coming in and complaining about small properties, 2 acres, because we have ARE 2, ARE 3, and 6, and saying that they're not happy with the animals that are being raised next door, or the flowers, or the hours that the person's out there tending their garden, and these other issues that might come up with land use. Now, we do have a Right to Farm Act in Howell, and it's a strong Right to Farm Act, but it's not land use. And when someone goes in and they look under ARE 6 or ARE 2 what they can do, and one of the uses that they can do is agricultural use, this is self-limiting by putting the word for sale in there, because a lot of these people are never going to sell their flowers. They're never going to sell their backyard pony.
Okay. Mrs. Dalton, you have a comment?
Well, I think I was concerned
You were,
similarly,
yes.
but it was the advice, I think, of our, not of our attorney, as well as people from the other boards who had recommended it, that we were obligated to mimic the tax
State's
statute.
requirement.
But I'm not necessarily in agreement with that, but that's the advice we were given.
Mr. Bongiovanni, can you further elaborate? I mean, this is what we adopted, what the state has passed, if you will.
It was also the recommendation of the zoning board, a strong recommendation that they've been making for a couple of years. The idea is that that dogs just don't fit the criteria of livestock, and there are businesses that do involve dogs that should not be given the same treatment as businesses, agribusinesses that are in the agricultural zones. They have more specialized businesses that should be regulated in a different way, and this is one of the things that they're looking at. We're looking at now in other ordinances involving dog kennels.
Right, but that's not the point I'm addressing. I'm addressing the injection of the words for sale.
Yeah, I'm not sure what problems you're thinking that's going to cause to people. I really can't. I didn't really catch.
Okay, my concern is that in a lot of instances you have individuals that are on 2 acres. They fall under the ARE 2 zone, and they look at their zoning uses, and they are allowed agricultural use.
Right.
However, they have a backyard pony for their daughter. They're never going to sell that pony like within a year or two. That's not what the pony is there for. The pony is there for their child, or the horse. Maybe it's their backyard pleasure horse. They go trail riding with their friends. That's kind of the character of Howell, is that there are these small properties that someone can keep their animal in their backyard, or they can have a small nursery. They can do these kind of small
Okay,
operations.
I understand. Okay. But the for sale language has been in the ordinance since we've had that ordinance. It's been many years.
No, it hasn't.
That was. The only thing that was changed was removing the dogs from the ordinance.
No.
Ms. Wilkin, I can attest that the only thing that we changed in the ordinance was striking dogs as livestock.
Right.
No other aspect of the ordinance, because we had to introduce it, and we had to have a public hearing on it. So there was no other word
All you have
change.
to do is compare it to the old ordinance.
I am comparing it to the old ordinance. I
Yeah,
pulled the
because
old
of
ordinance off of the eGov that's still up there,
Mhm.
and I copied that. And then I went into what was proposed at the last meeting and what was passed, and I copied that. And I looked at the highlights of what the differences were. The words land which is devoted to the production for sale are the 2 words that were injected. And then after the word grain, an S was added for plural. Then you have, after the word boarding, raising and rehabilitating was added, which mimics the tax code. And grazing of any or all such animals, the words except that livestock shall not include dogs, that was added. And then a colon was added.
So where is the for sale that it was added?
It was added in the first line. The first line
Can you give me
used...
the old section?
Yeah, the first,
Can you give me the old section, Miss?
188 B. It used to read, "Land which is devoted to the production of plants and animals useful to man." Now it reads, "Land which is devoted to the production for sale of plants and animals useful to man." And that is only because that's what's on the back of the farmland assessment form.
Well, then, at least to my knowledge, that's a problem, because we were led to believe that the only change was the definition of dogs not being livestock, and that was the whole pertinent issue.
Well, Mayor, I think,
That's
and
the
now
way it
I'm
was
going to have to take a
explained.
look
That
at it
was the way it
myself.
was explained to me from the various agencies that wanted the changes, and I basically copied what they had given me.
Okay.
So,
Councilman Howell, you want?
valid point, which I'll...
Yeah, I think the whole point that the zoning board was trying to make was that if we didn't mimic the state law, we didn't have any protection. So I think
Correct.
all of the wording had to be there, because if it wasn't word for word what the state law was, and I think that's the way
Yeah,
Tom Chinesky explained it to us, it had to mirror it.
But what Ms.
We
Dalton...
couldn't change a part of it, because then it wouldn't mirror the state law and we wouldn't have any of that
I
protection.
believe that was the recommendation from the zoning board also.
Right.
Mrs. Dalton, go ahead.
You know, I have to apologize. I was very sick that night. I'm very sick tonight. My father was in the hospital. I don't think I was making myself as clear as I could have been, and I certainly wasn't being short enough in my comments. But that is exactly the point I was trying to make when we were discussing that this ordinance had to mimic
Okay.
the state law.
Okay.
And we were talking about state tax, let me finish, please.
I'm sorry.
State tax law, and I did not articulate it clearly enough, but I was concerned for lots under 5 acres who really weren't qualifying for a farmland assessment, that this would somehow be able to be manipulated to affect people who weren't really looking for a farmland assessment, but were still doing agricultural use.
Right.
And as I see it, the ordinance we adopted last month essentially says that unless you are qualified for a farmland assessment, your agricultural rights are at risk.
Well, I think that now that I come to think of it, the reasoning, part of the reasoning behind and why they're talking about what needs to be mimicked is the right to farm regulations. And under the right to farm law, you don't have necessarily the right to have ponies in your backyard or anything like that. It's not the same, it's not coterminous with the agricultural zones that we have in Howell Township. Our agricultural zones do not have to meet the same criteria of the state law on the Right to Farm Act. The Right to Farm Act is more driven towards protecting certain kinds of farms and farm usages. We can go beyond that, and do go beyond that in our agricultural zones. So you're just reading one part of the Title 188. I can understand where you may feel that this is maybe subject to a zoning interpretation that way, but that's I don't think necessarily the case, that people are now at risk if they have animals living in on their farm nets or their rural properties in Howell Township. They might not have the right to have like a menagerie there, you know. Those might be subject to regulations. Like, I remember I remember a former councilman telling me that there was a farm or a property on Squonk and Yellowbrook Road that had a bull and had like every animal you can think of. It was like Noah's Ark the way it was described to me. And you know, I'm not sure that the agricultural zones are really supposed to protect that kind of use. Right now, I don't think anybody's being prosecuted because they have too many animals on their farms or something like that. But I guess that's maybe what you're concerned about. That
I'm concerned about someone who is a hobby farmer, has a few animals. Maybe they keep their chickens for the eggs, for themselves, for their family. And now this says for sale because it's trying to mimic the tax code and trying to mimic
the Right to
Right
Farm
to Farm Act. And it's not, it's a higher set of standards that it's trying to mimic right now, and it's,
Can I offer this as a
I think we should
potential?
go back to the agricultural board and ask them if they see this as a danger, since their job is to promote agriculture.
Yeah, I'd like to
those
propose the
places.
council to direct the manager's office to go back and solicit those that gave us the feedback on this around striking for sale, and come back with some feedback on whether or not that substantively causes problems that we might not be aware of, which could be the reason why they came to us in the first place. Everyone agree?
Yeah, I have something I'd like to add on there also.
Go right ahead, sir.
I mean, I need the right information to make a decision. If I'm told that the only thing we're changing is dogs in this whole ordinance, I want that information to be accurate. I don't want a resident coming up here and telling me that's not true. I mean, better dot the i's and cross the t's. Every time I'm going to ask, are you sure? Is everybody sure that this is exactly what we're voting on here? I don't like hearing getting inaccurate information, no matter who it's from, because I'm supposed to make a decision based on that information. I want the information to be checked and to be accurate.
I happen to agree. I have to admit, I'm privately a little steamed right now because I told this resident that the only thing we changed was dogs, because that's what I was told. And now we come to find out that that wasn't the case. So I think Mr. Walsh's point is well taken.
That's a valid point. I wish this resident had been here at the last meeting, but that's not her fault. We did have Mr. Costigan and representative from the zoning board here. I'm not even sure if they're aware that those changes were in there, but I'm assuming they were.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this to our attention, Mrs.
welcome.
Wilkin. We appreciate your time. Mr. West, come on up, sir. Good evening. Welcome. How are you, Mr. West? I see you're still hobbling around.
Yeah, I'm getting better.
You're looking better.
Thank you, Mayor.
Nice to see
Council.
you.
My name is Steve West.
Oh, yeah.
I live on 745 Hols's Corner Road. And I didn't bring a nice little display up here like they have over here, but I'd like to bring some pictures up to the
Come back
council
next
and pass them around.
Come back.
Go right ahead.
What'd you do, man? Spike them?
The first set of pictures is an accident that happened, I believe, 11/11 in the year 2000. A couple of kids were coming around my corner, and I guess they were exceeding the speed limit. One car hit my house, and the other car hit a parked car in my driveway. Subsequently, I called up the town, and I spoke with Mr. Nunziata about what we could do to try to alleviate some of this problem with the bad turn, and what we can do to sort of remedy this situation. I'm a little nervous right now, so a little upset. 2 years after that, or 3 years after that, the road got paved, but that really didn't alleviate any of the problems that happened on that turn. You'll see that the next set of pictures are the trees that are on my bend, that constantly cars are hitting the trees. And on the 28th of June, 28th of July, a couple Saturdays ago, you can see that a car actually entered my house. I was sitting in that chair, and the car missed me by about a foot.
Steve, I had no idea.
That's okay.
That's very
That turn is got to be, or that road has got to be the worst turn or worst road in Howell. The safety-wise, whether it's snowing out, raining out, or it's clear weather out, there's cars leaving that road. Fortunately, nobody was sitting next to me that particular evening because they would have been wiped out. There's no doubt in my mind. I think a few things need to be done to change that either situation that we have right now, which would be either reducing the speed limit. It's presently 40, slowing down to 30 around the turn. Doesn't really help the situation because nobody follows any of the speed limit signs. You can stand there on any given Saturday or Sunday and watch the cars passing or crossing the double lines because of the excessive speed. I would say I've lived there 19 years. I can probably bet that there's never been a speeding ticket issued on that road. Not one. The mornings are filled 5 a.m. with there's a excavating company. Well, it's a main artery coming out of Jackson into Route 9. And the trucks exceed the speed limit coming around that turn. They do this, I guess it's called, where they use the engine braking, which, you know, is pretty loud when it comes around a turn. I'm just coming up to start getting the wheels turning, so somehow I can invite council members over to my house and feel like they're safe.
Can I get another donkey ride?
You can get a car ride if you want. Right now, my kids can't have friends over. My wife is really leery about it because I have a portion of my house that is unusable because of this situation. Howell's supposed to be the safest town in the states.
One of them.
One of the
11th.
One of the, not on my,
in the nation.
not on my road.
Still searching for the other 10.
Not on my road.
All right, well, Mrs. Schlegel, are you aware of this situation?
No, actually, this is the first time that I've heard from Mr. West on this matter, anyway.
We, a little while back, we had a similar situation on the corner of Vanderveer and Howell Road, where cars continued to go up on a resident's property and almost went through the home, thankfully didn't, and because of the situation, and that turn in particular is pretty unusual, it was recommended by an engineering, we put a guardrail up, and it's not the most sightly situation, but on an interim basis until something could be done. I mean, is that something that we should be looking at?
Well, I think we should immediately reach out to Sergeant Markulik to do I mean, obviously, there's a traffic problem out there, and he will get us the history on the area. He'll go out there, he'll set up counters and speed traps, and he'll go out there and start a traffic monitoring program. At that point, he'll make his recommendation along with the engineering department as to what's the best remedy for the situation. But I will certainly reach out to Sergeant Markulik tomorrow to get that started as soon as possible.
Well, Mr. Nunziata, you spoken to Mr. West about this in the past 6-7 years?
We spoke several years ago, as he indicated.
Can you fill me in on anything?
We had, again, did some roadway improvements to try to make the road safer, but of course, when you do an overlay, typically speeds do increase, as he can attest to. I actually was aware of this situation. He actually notified me not too long after it happened, so I was aware of this recent situation.
Any suggestions from you?
Well, again, I pretty much mirrored what Ms. Schlegel had indicated to him the process would be. But one of the good things is that every year during my capital budget requests, I do put in for intersection improvements, and this would certainly be a candidate if and when we decide what we would do, what's warranted to do there.
Yeah, because this sure seems like an emergency watching a car in his living room next to his chair. I mean, if that's not an emergency, I don't know what is in life.
And that really is the reason I bring up putting in, even on an interim basis, a guardrail. I mean, these pictures this is really serious. I've never seen a photograph like that in my life. So whatever can be done, unless the council disagrees, I think we should authorize the manager to use any and all resources necessary to protect this man's family immediately. Let's get the police out there, let's have a traffic safety study, and whatever has to be done, we need to do it. Does anyone disagree or any concerns?
Mayor, if I could, I'd just like to add, we have an ordinance in this town against engine braking. I think we have 3 signs that say it. So, at the very least, direct the DPW to put those signs up at the border near your home. So, it's a sign. Hopefully somebody will start to obey it. But they can always say, well, we didn't know we weren't allowed to. So they'll continue to do it.
I'll reach out to Mr. Kramer tomorrow.
And as far as that, I understand about the guardrail that was put up at Vanderveer. I think it was smashed a week later, and it's smashed right now. It's back over the rocks.
It has a dent in it now that Mr. Nunziato has to go out and repair, but I won't remind him tonight, but he knows I've been reminding him. But thankfully, that guardrail was there,
Yeah.
because there was another incident shortly after it went in, and the guardrail prevented the car from going in, crashing into their house. I mean, it's a terrible situation. We have people who speed at those kinds of rates in neighborhood, rural kind of areas. But, Mrs. Schlegel, will you be able to have an interim update for us for the meeting next week?
I certainly will.
And you'll get back to Mr. West as well?
Yes, I
think we
will.
have his number here on file.
I
Mr.
believe
West,
I have
we'll
it.
do whatever we can.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Good
Council.
to see you. Thank you. Mrs. Dixell, welcome.
I would have had a heart attack. The guy came next to me while I was sitting in my recliner. Hardly have to hit me to die.
That's brutal.
Good evening, Mrs. Dixell. How
Good
can we help
evening,
you?
Mayor and Council. I just want to say something about the guardrail on Howell Road. I was down there today. Yeah, the guardrail was dented, and there are boulder rocks in front of the guardrail, but that might save this guy's life. You know, even if you get a police investigation, go put the guardrail up, because that'll save his life.
Agreed.
And that should be done tomorrow. Yeah, there are dents in the guardrail, but it's a lifesaver. Okay, I got a lot of short things. County Road 524, the Lennar houses, I think they're down to their last few, are they not? Bill?
Yes, they're under 10.
Okay, take a look, please. The end of County Road 524, I guess it's toward Havens Bridge. I'm told that a whole buffer area was taken down. If that's the case, they need to be taken into account, and they need to be held liable, and they need to put it back.
Do you have the specifics, Mrs. Dixell? so
No,
we
but
can
I
have
was
the
told,
engineer look at it?
I was told by somebody that there's part of a buffer missing, and as you know, County Road 524 along the village's side, I mean, it does have all kinds of buffer and trees, and if they took trees down, they took buffers down, they took whatever they did to build these houses, they need to be held accountable. I'm not sure. Just go out and have somebody look at it, okay?
Near Havens Bridge?
Maybe, yeah, I think that's what I was told.
Mrs. Schlegel, are you okay? Mr. Nunziata will look into it.
Yes, no
Good,
problem.
thank you, Mrs.
Okay,
Dixell.
also, yeah, Miss New Jersey and Mrs. New Jersey, that's good for Howell, very nice. Very good. Okay, also, when you're fixing roads, I mentioned this before, somebody send your crew out to fix the driveway in front of coming up this driveway, because I don't care when you go over it, how you go over it, or where you go over it, someone's gonna take a pan out. Because you always hit the dip. No matter what you do to avoid it, one wheel on your vehicle is going to hit that going down.
You're not speeding, are you, Ms.
No,
Dixell?
dear, I don't even go 20 miles an hour. You can't go more than 20, 25 miles an hour going up that little, making the left turn into coming in here. There's no possible way, and it's, please, fix
Hold
your
on,
own.
Barbara, the
fix
speed
your-
limit's 10. You're doing 25. Get Sergeant Hill back
listen,
in here.
fix your own damn driveway, okay? Okay.
Mrs. Schlegel, you'll check
I'll
that out.
address that, Mr. Kramer.
Please.
Now that,
Good.
Barbara, what about this? That's in Surrey Downs?
Go ahead, Mrs.
Don't
Dixell.
start with me. Okay, the design, okay, the clock building. There is an owner of the building, I'm sure. Can they be asked to go according to Howell's design standards and at least paint the damn thing? Paint the building, do something to make it not be such an eyesore. We do have a new set of design standards.
That's for new construction,
Yeah,
Barbara.
they're
bad.
grandfathered in, but,
Too
I mean,
bad.
we can certainly try to
Reach
reach
out
out to the
owner
owner
to
and
a-
let him know the concerns of the township.
Have him make his eyesore a little bit more potable, a little
I can
better to
ask
look
him.
at. Okay, the Asbury Park Press. I'm going to ask you to write a letter. County Road 524, from County Road 524 through, I guess, Farmingdale, is freehold, Howell Township, Monmouth County, or it's freehold or Farmingdale, Howell Township, Monmouth County. For some reason, okay, our mail on County Road 524 in 07728 gets delivered by Freehold Post Office. That's how the Asbury Park Press goes according to what you get delivered to you. We do not get the Howell Jackson Reporter. We get the Freehold Reporter. You can't make them understand this. You can't make them understand to even want to give it to you. So somebody please write a letter and explain to them that we're Freehold, Howell Township, Monmouth County. Can't make them understand it, no matter how many times you try.
Yeah, Mayor, Barbara,
Go right ahead.
Mr. Kelly visited my store the the end of last week, and he explained to me why that is. When Howell Township didn't have a post office of its own, postmasters had to give up routes for that new post office. They didn't want to give up more routes than they had to because it lowered the postmaster's pay. So that's why Freehold kept a bunch of those routes.
All I will say,
And
Mrs.
Mr.
Dixon,
Kelly knows just about everything.
all
to do
I
with
will
it.
say is I've never had any issues with the Asbury Park Press, so I
I
can't
would
relate
just
to
love,
your discrepancy.
I would love to get the Hal Jackson Reporter delivered. You can't get it delivered because we're 07728.
Until
We are
Michelle
not
Gladden started working there, I wouldn't
07731.
even buy it.
The mayor hasn't seen a reporter he likes since Jimmy Olsen of the Daily Planet.
Except Michelle Gladden. Go
Okay,
ahead, Mrs. Dixon.
also, to Deputy Mayor, Mr. Howell,
Hold on, that's
Mrs.
Deputy
Dalton.
Mayor Walsh.
Walsh, okay. Have you made any progress with bringing back the Howell Township Ethics Committee? That was part of your platform when you ran.
Of bringing it back?
Yeah.
Well, Mrs. Dixell, candidly, no. There's been a number of things
Well, would be nice if you did.
that were left unattended to with regard to the change in leadership, management. That is something we asked for, and we're looking into.
I don't know, you asked what management?
I mean, I think it was something we asked for early on.
That was
to
part of your running
discussion,
platform.
And it's an ongoing process. I don't
Well,
think that we
I
as
would
a
a-
body
I
have
would
done anything.
appreciate it if this Howell Township Ethics Committee could be brought back, because we, the people of Howell Township, don't have any place to go.
Mrs. Dixon, just to clarify, we do have a place to go.
No, we don't.
Let me
Okay, go ahead.
clarify. We participate, as about 88% of all the towns in the county do, with the state's ethics board. And if the council wants to bring it back, that's the council's prerogative. The state has its own independent ethics board that hears ethics complaints for, again, virtually 80 to 85% of every municipality in the state. The reason being, they're separate and autonomous, so that they don't have a vested interest and know the people who could be up on charges, certainly giving the appearance that someone would get a fair shake, rather than being heard by someone who they may know, who may be privy to information. So if the pleasure of the council is to bring it back, that's fine. At the time, we wrote to the New Jersey League of Municipalities. We asked for the process that most municipalities use, and most, in fact, use the state. It is through the Office of Taxation, I believe, and they have their own ethics board. And anyone can contact the clerk, they can get the information, and they can file an ethics complaint that would be heard through that board. So we do have an outlet for anyone that wanted to file an ethics charge and would get heard by a state panel.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to disagree with you. The Democratic Party of the town, when your first administration took office immediately, that was the first thing you did, was disband the Howell
right.
Township Ethics Committee.
You're exactly
The
right.
Democratic Party of the Township of Howell wrote to the state, we were written back a letter. They will not hear local cases. They hear state cases only. They will not hear local cases. So we, the people of Howell Township, have no place to go.
All I
That was
would tell
part
you
of
is
your
that
platform.
it's-
Please bring it back.
I would just set the record straight, because that's not true. People can file a complaint there. They have filed complaints in other municipalities. I don't think the League of Municipalities is wrong. If someone would like to bring it back, that's fine. I think it's important to note that the people who were on the Ethics Committee at the time were politically appointed people who were actually running mates of the people who were in office.
There
So
were
we
some-
had concerns about
But
having
there
people
were some doctors
who had
and lawyers, and I would
political engagement.
appreciate it that if you do bring it back, that there be,
Barbara, you have to let the mayor finish if he's talking.
Thank you.
I don't disagree with you here, but the mayor has the
Thank
right
you.
to speak
Sorry.
also, okay?
Mrs. Dixon, my only point is that there is an outlet. You have every right to feel the way you do on the issue, but we need to make certain people understand there is an outlet where people can go right now. So if you have something to the contrary, then bring it to our attention so that we can contact the state. But I've never been privy to what you've just disclosed.
I would like to know the answer, and I would appreciate it if the answer could be given to us sometime in the next couple meetings, because because the state doesn't hear local ethics.
The state definitely does.
Thank
you. They will hear the local ones
Yes,
at
they
any
will.
time.
that's not what we
Of
were
course
told
they
when we
will.
wrote to them. Okay,
I want
fine.
to see something in writing from the state.
What else, Mrs.
We
Dixon?
did have that. The only other thing I want to ask you, is Councilman Schumacher well?
Unfortunately, I'm not privy to comment.
Okay.
Mrs. She had a personal issue come up tonight that has us all very upset.
Yeah.
Okay,
So she's not
sorry.
able to be here.
Because I know she hasn't been here in a while. Just, is she okay?
She was on vacation at the last meeting
Okay.
that was pre-scheduled, but this evening, something very significant happened that I'm not at liberty to get into.
And one more thing. There was an applicant before, I think it was the planning board. And I did bring this up once before, that there are facilities, commercial facilities in Howell Township that, since there is no ordinance in Howell Township for certain facilities, storage facilities, to have sanitary facility in case somebody has a desperate need to use a sanitary facility, there's no ordinance. And the applicant, their attorney, and their attorney very graciously put one in when they didn't have it before, very graciously put one in his plan, and not only put in one sanitary facility, put in two, and is putting in septic. So that, I'm very happy to hear that. But I would appreciate it, and again, I did say this a couple of meetings ago, is there any way that this council can craft an ordinance that, I don't care if it's an outhouse, just so that you don't have to go behind the building? I mean, literally, figure it literally, because if there are facilities in Howell Township that aren't supposed to have any type of sanitary facility, what do you do if someone has a desperate need to use one? So if there's any way that you people can craft an ordinance that every commercial establishment in Howell Township has to have some type of sanitary facility, I don't care if it's an outhouse, just something, in case somebody has a desperate human need to use it.
Okay.
And that I would sincerely appreciate you getting started on, or authorize them to craft one, because that could be a health issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dixell. Mrs. Smith, welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. Pauline Smith, Vanderveer Road. Couple of things. As usual, only one of them is what I was going to talk about, but other things came up that I'd like to comment on. Firstly, there's one thing that I can't skip. There's been so much that's gone on in my life this past month, I have to stop and put my thoughts together about the exact date. But some of my neighbors contacted me, wanted help and advice on how to get to somebody, because there was proposed, how do I explain it? Some construction of stormwater that they felt might make their already flooded yards worse. I called the manager's office, got Helene. Bill called me back. I explained to Bill the necessity of talking to these people before any work should be done. He should hear them, see their problem. And I haven't had an opportunity because he was on vacation and I had family to take care of. But thank you very much, Bill. He went out to see and acknowledge that there are problems out there and talk to a representative of the people. And I hope something good will come of it. And by the way, Mr. Walsh, I left a message on your machine. Did you get it? Did you go out and see the flooding?
I had my own flooding issues that time in York, Pennsylvania.
Oh, my, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not, well, I left a message because I got a call from someone who was in the middle of that flood in her car on Howell Road. And it's something that we, Don and I have tried to share with many governing bodies, many boards, many engineers, and that's the overuse of Port Longbrook as, you don't have to get, I can get, thank you, for development, for stormwater, for detention basins, whatever, and it doesn't, Longbrook can't hold all that water and it comes back in people's yards, and I hope that this governing body will try, as some in the past have, and engineering, whatever, to do something to help control that situation. But I'll leave that, but I say thank you to Helene and to Bill especially. Now, let's see. Several things I wanted to comment on that I heard. I'll try to go in order, and I'll probably forget the one that irritated me the most. But just for an information, not it irritated me, just for information's sake, the houses on Fairfield Road, there are two houses on one house on Vogel property and one house next to it that's actually owned by Stavola that are empty, that for business purposes, one's had a fire and the other is just empty. Those should be removed simply because they're not going to be intended for people to live in, as far as I can see. There'll be some kind of other construction or use there. The house on the corner of Baker and Fairfield is very much inhabited. Somebody lives there, and it's right next to the Arboretum. Unless she's talking about the house that's on the farmhouse. I think it's not technically on the corner, it's on, the field comes first. Maybe that's the one, that one is. But the one on the other side is definitely inhabited. She's maybe referring to the old Saker farmhouse, which, yeah, okay. It's unfortunately, and it's well boarded up. That house is an example of, well, it should be saved, but it won't be. Let's go on from there. Most importantly, I think, of the things I want to comment on are the ordinance. Mr. Costigan caught exactly what you were saying, Mrs. Dalton. And his comment was, because we discussed it later, you're looking in the wrong place. That when he and when I asked for the last several years that the dogs are not livestock, we weren't talking about the tax code. There's another part of the statute that basically, as someone said, maybe Mr. DeBella, that it's repeated in a couple of places, or maybe it was Mr. Bongiovanni, that certain things are repeated. I think there was an error in this section that was copied to, and nobody certainly wanted for sale, because so many of us in Howell live a rural farm lifestyle, and I used to sell my produce when Don was going to college. But I don't have to now, but we grow 2 acres, so we grow our vegetables, we give tons of it away, but we don't sell it, and we wouldn't want our life. And again, as I've said many times before, it isn't just us, it's hundreds of people, maybe thousands in Howell Township who live that lifestyle. And I've seen many times in my volunteer work for the people of Howell Township that there are people who take advantage of loopholes. And I think if you look there and see maybe it's an error and look at it as an error, and then maybe you could redo the ordinance. And
thing is, though, that the ordinance doesn't make it illegal to, that's not the intent and purposes of the ordinance, to cause the kind of problems that
Right.
are being thought about here as hypotheticals. But I think you're right, it needs to be revisited, and it will be.
right, good. And lastly, and I'll get out of your way because I know there's a lot to go yet tonight. I'm sorry I didn't catch the name of the people with the dog training. I don't know them, I don't know their reputation or anything, but I would question any kind of business where animals were on the land to make sure they had a license, because there should be an agency, just like a kennel, even though it's not a kennel, to see that the health facilities were appropriate. So there should be some kind of license. If we don't require it, I'm sure the county, Monmouth County Health Department does, and I would look into that. That would be my question. That'd be the only thing I would say. And I just want to make a little comment there. I know the young lady said that her autistic child didn't like noise. Well, I have a cousin who's autistic, and she absolutely loves noise. She loves activity and party, and so I wouldn't look at that as a generality.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith.
Thank you.
Mr. Meyer, you still here, Mr. Meyer? Steve Meyer? Someone see if he's outside?
I told the people in the hall.
Mr. Meyer? Okay, you got it. Thanks, Mr. Meyer. I'm going to mispronounce the next name, and I apologize. It's Spadaccini. I like that name. Dino Spadaccini. Yeah, correct.
I assume I'm going to be heard during the Park of Partners resolution, signed up out of the abundance of caution.
Hold on one second, because we don't plan on having separate hearings on resolutions. So if you'd like to be heard, you might come on up and do that now, sir.
He doesn't need to be.
Good evening, and if you wouldn't mind, reintroduce
I will.
yourself, please. Thank you.
I will. Dino Spadaccini, law firm Spadaccini, Maine, on behalf of the applicant Parker Partners. This was a matter that was before the board at its last hearing, and I think there was some confusion in terms of road opening issues, and it appears as if we have that resolved. I was able to forward a letter to Mrs. Schlegel, who was very helpful in getting this resolved, and I appreciate it because I know this is not the type of agenda that you would normally place this type of matter on. So I greatly appreciate that. What I would also like to ask for while I'm here for 5 minutes is, not 5 minutes, I'll be 2 minutes, I promise. But we've received final clearance on matters from your outside engineering consultants. Items are now with the township engineer's office, and we believe we have everything in that we need to get in. And what we'd like is and we're not sure whom to set this up with. We'd like to set up a meeting with either the township engineer or Mrs. Schlegel, just someone as a point person to facilitate this. And I understand.
Mr. Spadaccini, we spoke on the phone. Matter of fact, I spoke on the phone with you while I was on vacation.
Correct. And I appreciate that, Mr. Bongiovanni, as well.
Okay. And because the resolution which has resolved that particular problem is on, we just were concerned that you had a problem with the wording of the resolution. If you're okay with the wording of the resolution, we'd like to move on because we got members of the public. They're here properly for public participation. What you should do is all your comments that you're saying tonight, just put them in a letter and direct them to Ms. Schlegel.
I believe we've already done that.
Okay. We'll get back to you.
Well, part of the problem, if I may be heard, Mr. Bongiovanni, with all due respect, I'm not going to be long, I can assure you that, maybe another 30 seconds. But with that said, I'd like to be heard. I mean, we've been waiting as well. We've just kind of been in limbo with where we've been since we submitted documents. And
but they were submitted to the planning board, right, Mrs. Spadaccini?
No, they... We've completed our review at CMA.
To engineering and things.
And we're just not sure of the process. That's all we're asking for is, we're not asking for anything more than that other than someone helping us out, assisting us, clarifying the process, because we're just not sure why the process is taking a little longer than we anticipated. And we understand, we can see you have a lot of issues pressing in town. But that said...
Nah.
That said... we have an anchor tenant whose patience is wearing quite thin, and we understand that's not the town's problem, but we certainly understand that, or at least we hope that the town prefers this type of development at an existing site that's non-residential, and so we'd just like to move this forward is what we'd like to do.
Mrs. Schlegel, what's the best way to accommodate facilitating some help?
Well, I just want to say that we do have a process, and the process is equal for everyone. Okay, and I want to make that clear. So his application is being reviewed, am I correct, by the engineering department? And I will let Bill elaborate on this a little bit more.
Okay, Mr.
And it's actually very simple. I spoke to your engineer prior to the meeting. I have his card. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to call him tomorrow, so I think your concerns are addressed.
That would be great. And so you'll reach out to our engineer, and we'll be able to set up a meeting, whether it's pre-con or whatever the case may be?
That is correct.
Okay. That's
Great.
That's all I need to hear. Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Mary Ann Burke. Mrs. Burke, are you still here? Good evening, Mrs. Burke. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, my goodness, my pleasure. I will be less than a minute. Thank you. I'm impressed. This is my first meeting attending anything like this. For your attention and your listening, your deep listening. I came about the Ardmore development, case closed. You've listened. I don't need to say a word on that. I hope we have some success. My question is there anything, my first question is it illegal for any of the Howell Township officials to help citizens do a grassroots end run wherever your hands are tied? I'm thinking of it in terms of the building we talked about, the clock building, the Adelphia buildings that are horrible right by that traffic light, and other perhaps buildings that are not private homes like we're talking about on Vanderveer. It sounds like you can do something about those. But where you can't because of state rules, is there something the citizens could do that you could guide us? In other words, we know about petitions. Do we have to go to the State House? I'm thinking off the top of my head, are you forbidden from helping us do things to get changed where there's a common consensus that you cannot do, but maybe 5,000 Howell Township citizens could do with a phone call or a petition, a funny-looking poster in front of some Asbury Park reporter? All of us agree.
The answer is that no council person or elected official is prohibited from helping a citizens group take some of these issues to the state legislature, which is where many of these reside because they're state laws that
Right.
in certain respects tie our hands. So,
Well, I'm
No
open to
problem.
listening if you ever want us to have an effort, building by building, where that corner is, and Adelphia is an eyesore when you drive through it. Those two abandoned buildings, the one on the corner and then the one next to used to be the barber shop. If the citizens could be informed through the website or through meetings here of what to do, some steps where we can help you get the law changed to do what you know we should be doing. That's all I have to say. Bye-bye.
thank you. Appreciate your comments. All right, that's going to close the public portion on just any general miscellaneous items. At this point, Mr. Peters, don't walk out. We need you to come in. Wonderful. Thank you. We're going to have a presentation by CME engineers in response to some concerns some residents raised about a very obnoxious smell in their neighborhood related to sewer and piping issues. And as Mr. Peters prepares and brings his material in, after these residents brought it to our attention, the council authorized the manager's office to get involved, and the council directed the engineer, Mr. Peters is firm does a significant amount of work in the township, knows the township very well, he's a resident as well, to go out and evaluate the situation. Representatives from MRSA participated as well, and they're going to give us a report tonight on the record regarding what their discovery and findings were, what the outcomes or outcome may be, what we can do to help these residents, and then anyone who has any questions on this particular issue, we're going to recognize you, and you can ask as many questions as you like to the team that went out to the site for us. So, Mr. Peters, I'm going to turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Ernie Peters with CME Associates. We're the Howell Township Municipal Utilities Department Consulting Engineers. With me this evening is Peter Kosick from Hatchmont McDonald. They are the consulting engineers for the Manasquan River Regional Sewerage Authority. Also with me this evening is Tim Gillen from our office, who also serves as the utilities consulting engineer. Previous council meeting, you had a number of residents on 3rd and Smith come out and complain about odors, both in their house, conditions in their house, and the sewer line itself. As you know, the sewer line itself is a Manasquan River Regional Sewerage Authority trunk line. I'm going to ask Mr. Kosick to explain what they've done since the last meeting. But before we get to that point, I want the council and our neighbors to understand it's very unusual for us to have what we call an interceptor or trunk sewer. This sewer line is 36 inches in diameter. It's basically 15 feet deep in the ground. If you're in any other residential subdivision in town, most of the gravity sanitary sewer lines are either 8 inches or 10 inches in diameter. Some 20-odd or 30 years ago, when it was decided that we needed to put this trunk line down Route 9, there was a planning decision made to put this line down 3rd Street and down Smith Street. So instead of going south on Route 9 past 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th to Georgia Tavern and making a right, there was a planning decision that was made to put a 36-inch wide piece of pipe that handles 6 million gallons of sewage a day in an area where it has to make two 90-degree bends in a 6-foot diameter manhole. I can't tell you that that was the best planning decision that's ever been made in the history of sewer design. That being said, representatives of MRSA and our own utility department, Mr. Barrett, went out and TV'd the lines and inspected them. I'm going to ask Mr. Kusick to give us the specifics on when they were done and the results, and then I'll join you again.
Okay.
Yes, about a week and a half ago, I think it was Wednesday night, the authority contracted with a TV sewer contractor, and we inspected the sewer lines on Smith Street and 3rd Street. And at nighttime, when the low flow conditions allow us to do that kind of work, we found no sediment, no debris, no blockages. The sewers are fairly clean, and there's no residue or buildup of debris that would lead to odors out there. We also had people attend the last Manasquan meeting, which was in July, the 3rd week in July, and we had a few residents show up there, and immediately following that, the authority went out the next day. We inspected all the manholes, looking for any sources of debris on the benches or channels in the manholes that could lead to odors out there, and we again found no odors out there. As Mr. Peters said, this is a large diameter sewer. This takes all of the flow from northern part of Howell Township, Freehold Township, and Freehold Borough. It directs about 5 million to 6 million gallons a day down this pipeline and keeps on going down to Ocean County Utility Authority for treatment. So it's a major trunk sewer. There's probably about 110 laterals or people tied into it along Route 9, 3rd Street, Smith Street, and Hulses. It's unusual for the authority to have any laterals tied into any major sewer line. In fact, the authority hasn't permitted a new connection since the sewers were built back in 1982. So those who were tied in from its inception, and since then the authority has not permitted any new connections because it's not the best sewer design to have these kind of houses tied into major pipelines out here. But be that as it may, these people do exist. They are tied into the sewer line, and the authority has maintained the sewers over the past 20 years as best they can. The sewage coming through the pipeline is generated by others. We just convey the sewage through the pipeline. It comes from as far north as Freehold Raceway Mall, ties into the sewer line. So what comes down the pipeline, literally, is whatever anybody discharges into it. If odors come through, it's something that we're creating. It's just coming through the pipeline system out there, and we're trying to control those odors best we can. But odors might happen now and then, and apparently we have some people who came to the authority the last meeting and advised us of this, and the authority is taking it seriously and looking into it, and we've gone through the effort right now to try to see what might be in the system, and right now we haven't found any causes other than it's just natural sewer gases that are in sanitary sewage. So there are other things we can do, and part of that I think is Mr. Peters and I have met already, is to do some more evaluation or inspection of the homes themselves to see, to rule those out as being any part of the problem. And we're still trying to find the cause and what the solution, if there is one, might be.
Mr. Peters?
Again, the line itself is a Manasquan River Regional Sewage Authority line. They've done an intensive study of the condition of the line. We've not found anything that would be the root of the concerns that we've heard at the last meeting. That may not satisfy our neighbors, but to that end, I want to talk about the line first. I think we've discussed that to some extent. The second is the concerns that we have inside the house. Obviously, none of us sitting here, other than the people who live in the houses, can tell us what goes on in the houses. I think it would be prudent if someone from our building department, a plumbing subcode official or the like, inspected or verified that the plumbing fixtures in the house are working correctly so that we can rule out.
Folks, hold on 1 second. Folks, hold on 1 second. We're going to let you get up and ask as many questions as you like. We've asked these professionals, we've paid one of them to do this report. Believe me, we're on your side. Any question you have is going to get answered, but we want to hear the whole report. So I know everyone's emotional. This is a very good qualified expert, believe me. It's okay. We
I would
understand
agree
your
with-
frustration.
I would agree with my neighbors as well, that there should be an instant solution to this, okay? The three gentlemen you see here tonight possess over 80 years of experience in sewer design and inspection. To that end, we want to rule out things. We can't sit here today and say, we found something. If someone has it, we wish they'd tell us because we haven't found it. And I'd like to be proven wrong, that there's something that's instant out there that we can send a contractor out to fix so that they're happy. We'd love to do that, but we can't. So the only thing we can do is eliminate the things that it could be. If it's not the line, it has to be the connection to the line. This line's 15 to 20 feet deep. The idea that it would back up 18 feet high and come into people's houses causes me a concern. Because some of the houses don't have basements, which means that the sewage would be coming out of the manhole before it came out of someone's fixture in their house. It's just the law of gravity. It would rise to a level, and it would have to fill up the manholes in most locations along Smith and 3rd before it could get back into someone's house. I don't doubt they have problems, I just can't figure out what they are. So to that end, if we had a plumbing subcode official verify that there are no holes in the system, that the P-traps are connected correctly, and that everything's functioning correctly, we can eliminate the actual houses or the physical connection as something that's wrong. And then we can point our efforts in another direction. But at this point, I don't have a better answer than the sewer line appears to be functioning correctly, and we've not had an opportunity to have someone from Howell Township with plumbing experience verify that those connections internal to the houses are correct.
All right, a couple things, and members of the council can ask their questions. First, what would the process be for, there's a whole bunch of residents here, others who might not be able to be here, for them to become engaged in this review process of the plumbing inside their home where there could be another cause of a problem? How would that process be accommodated?
So far, the authority, we went back and checked our complaint logs, and we have logged, there's like 3 or 4 people on the corner of 3rd and Smith who have complained, I say the most, but there's most complaints, and there's only been 3 this past year. If there are more than those 3 who have had problems this past year, the authority just hasn't heard about it.
Okay.
So if there are more people and more neighbors who have had problems, we just don't know who they are.
And I don't mean you or the authority any disrespect. The average person would have no idea and has never even heard of who MRSA is, what you do, or that you even exist.
Okay.
So chances are they're coming right here. So what I want to find out is, we know there are some folks that have come forward and said, I have a problem. There could be other neighbors who have conferred with the folks that are here and said, hey, we have a problem too, but we can't get to council meetings. So how would we set up a process to get to these folks and say, we're going to have this inspection in your house?
Well, what we could do is, first off, we did send letters to all the residents, just letting them know. So
Did you folks all
obviously,
get the letter? You did, okay, good. Thank you, Mrs. Shalini.
sure. So we do have the list of those residents. So what we could do is, we could reach out to them regarding what the process is going to be, regarding having the plumbing subcode official inspect the house. They could come through my office, and we would prepare a schedule that's convenient for the resident. And we would do a master schedule and work that out.
Okay. Is there anything else, Mr. Peter? Let's just say, for the sake of argument, you go through and you check all the pipes in the folks' homes where there could be connection issues, and you come up with nothing.
If there's a concern that there's sewage, that there's an odor coming from the manholes, it would not normally be our recommendation, but the manholes could be sealed. They were sealed once before and opened up.
Okay.
Because quite frankly, manholes should breathe. That's how you get gas collecting in an 18-foot deep manhole, is by not letting it breathe. So to that end, while it may not be the best engineering solution, if it makes our neighbors happy, I'm sure Manasquan River would go out and get a can of something to seal the manhole so it become airtight.
Okay. All right, well, folks, we'll get to everybody. We're going to let you get up and ask as many questions as you like, and these guys aren't going anywhere. All right, so that would be another issue, but you're recommending that the next step be have the inspections in the houses at the areas where there could be problems.
At this point in time, unless we get additional information that leads us in a different direction, the last solution would be to move the line.
Okay. What's
There's a
that all
line.
about?
It's causing odors. We don't know why. We're sitting here as dumbfounded as anyone else, but we've done all the regular tests, and then some. Not only the Howell Township Utility Department, but Manasquan River, and not found something that glares and says, this is what the problem is. That being said, the only way to completely eliminate it is to move the line. That number starts with 8 digits.
All right, I'm going to recognize anyone who wants to be heard on this. I'm going to ask you to come on up. And
the hand mic.
Do we have is the hand mic operational, Mrs. Schlegel?
I believe so. It should be.
Okay. The only ground rules I want to lay out, and I say this a lot of late, everybody in this room, we're all on the same team, and we want to fix this issue. I can tell you, I know Ernie Peters personally. He lives in Howell, not far from you. He wants to fix this issue. We want to fix this issue. We know this thing stinks for a whole bunch of reasons, literally and figuratively. So I can appreciate everybody's charged up and emotional. I would be if I were in your shoes too. But it's kind of like you go to the doctor, and until they run a whole battery of tests, they might not be able to figure out why you're having the pain that you're having. There's a lot of symptoms. We're trying to figure out what the problem is. So I say that because he doesn't have his flak jacket on tonight, and I know everybody is certainly charged up. So I think, Mr. Harper, you were up first. Yes. Mr. Davis, get that mic.
I believe you went to locate.
Mr. Walsh, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, and, if you have suggestions, please bring them up. Yeah, we want to try to help you solve this issue. They want to help you try to solve this issue, okay? It's... okay, so let's all try to work together. We're not the enemy.
Oh, no, I understand that.
Okay? Okay?
Actually, just...
First off,
name and address.
Kenneth Harper, 156 West 3rd Street. First off, hello. First off, he said that no one's hooked up to that sewer line in how many years?
25, he said.
I just hooked up 3 years ago, where we paid $1,500 to Manasquan Sewer Authority and $1,500 to you just for permits. Okay? We redid our house. We have a second story. What?
To me?
No, to the council, to Howell Township. Okay? Now, second off, we just redid our house. We added a whole second level. Okay? Now, we're having problems with it pulling water out of our traps and doing all this. So now you're going to tell me in 2003, when Howell Township inspectors came through to inspect our house, that it wasn't up to code? And that you want to look into our houses to see if the problem's in there? I'm telling you the problem's not in there. I went up in, now, I was a plumber. I know what I'm looking at. This is not just a thing of pipes running out. I have off my sewer stack a 3-inch pipe that goes through my roof. I have 4 additional vents on top of my roof. My sink is piped, individual out of my roof. The toilets are individual out of the roof. The showers are individual out of the roof. The toilets and the sinks in the lavatory each have 1 out of the roof. Okay? This is not a problem in our homes. We don't want these people in our houses to look around because they're looking in the wrong place. Okay? The other thing you guys said is that you guys foamed the pipes 1 time and then opened them up. Yeah, you were doing it 2 times a week for the last 3 years. Yes. Okay. Yes. Wait, can you tell me when that? Can you tell me when that 1 time was? When they foamed it? Because you would have, in the past. Can you just tell me the 1 time?
Out there twice a week.
Hold on.
All right. Okay. Shh.
Come on.
I need to know the 1 time that they foamed this and then opened it. I need to know a date on it.
Sir, I'm not prepared to answer that question.
Okay, because we were told by the Manasquan Sewer Authority that absolutely not, they were not foaming it. They said it must have been Howell. But now, all of a sudden, you guys did foam it because I videotaped them foaming it. Okay, so now all of a sudden, Manasquan Sewer Authority did do it. Okay? The odor problem has to be dealt with. If it doesn't get dealt with here, we're going to the state. We have no more room for any of this. Okay? Not our fault they hooked up to an 18-foot trunk line that's in the ground. You know that's wrong. It was done wrong. There's supposed to be another pipe it's hooked into that it goes into that. It was done wrong. It never should have been hooked up into it. The man from Freehold Township, he said right in your meeting that it was absolutely bad business and that they never should have hooked up into it and they knew it was wrong then.
Well, what are we, okay, but what are we going to do here? Are we going to try to resolve this? Do you have any suggestions, or?
Yeah, well, this is the other thing. Manasquan Sewer Authority came out about 3 weeks ago. They were there one day. They removed all the foam off every lid. All of a sudden, the flow coming through is much slower because I can't hear it from my deck no more. I have to actually go to the lid to listen to the flow. The flow has been decreased a lot. The smell's gone. It showed up a couple days ago for a little bit, but for the most part, we haven't had the smell. My traps in my houses haven't been sucked dry. But all of a sudden, they come out one day, and the problem's fixed. Not fixed, but it's Band-Aided. Well, are we diverting the flow elsewhere?
No, sir.
Are we slowing the flow down? Because this problem didn't just magically fix itself.
Sir, we have looked at the flow data for the past 3 years.
Okay.
Okay, the authority, we looked at this. This again is serving all of Freehold Township.
I know where it comes from. It comes from behind Brockway Glass.
Okay? Whatever comes down the pipeline comes down the pipeline. Okay? Flows average about 5 million gallons a day over the past 3 years. There are dry days when it's been dry out, there's no infiltration in the sewer system, and the flows drop to 3-4 million gallons a day. There are wet days when it rains a lot, and the flow picks up to 8-9 million gallons a day. All this flow is pumped from one pump station on Haven Bridge Road.
Behind the Sewer Authority, yes.
By the Sewer Authority.
Yep.
Whenever it comes to it, it pumps on out again. We have no control over the flow that comes to us.
Okay.
But what comes in, goes out.
All right, so my question to you is then, why are the traps getting sucked dry?
That's a question I have not been able to find an answer to.
Because...
I've talked to a lot of people, I've been on a lot of websites, I've searched a lot of textbooks, cannot find a reason why a trap is sucked dry yet.
Okay,
That's why we said, let's see if the problem is if what the plumbing in the house is proper or not.
Okay.
Because I have not found anything written any place.
I can tell you...
The professionals here have the same issue. We cannot understand how that's happening.
Now, I can tell you that in 2003, like I said, my house was inspected by Howell inspectors. So if these guys are to come in and say, oh, well, the house is all wrong, now that problem lies on you guys. Because they came in and just said, yeah, it looks great, and left. Which I know, because I did plumbing, that the house is done right. So the issues aren't in our houses, and it's not fair for these people who want to come in, trample into our houses to look at things, to continue on with this problem.
You know, you have the right to decide what you want done in your home. I mean, I commend Ms. Schlegel, you know, the manager, for sending out letters to all the people in the neighborhood. But who's to say that 30 of the people don't want them to come into the home and look? I mean, what you want to do with your house is your business. I agree with you. Okay, but you know, unless everybody here signs something giving you power of attorney, I don't need to speak for them. You want them in your house, I'm fine with that.
Understandable.
Okay.
But, okay, now, is it also...
I think what's happening here is we're trying, and through Mr. Peters, we're trying to look at every possible option.
Yes.
If you're removing one of our eyes, how can you expect us to help? If you're saying you can't come in my house and see if something may have broken since 2003 or anything, how are we going to help you?
I understand that, but they just sat here and told you that in a normal sewer, it's not hooked to the trunk line. It has a separate line. If they're not having problems elsewhere and we're having a problem there, how about you look into that first before it's our houses?
Mr. Peters, to that point, did we look into the issue that Mr. Harper just raises?
I believe,
yes.
I believe Manasquan River did actually inspect, when they TV'd the line, the lateral connections. I'm going to let Pete talk about that.
Go ahead, sir.
We did, this pipeline was lined about in 2002, so it's structurally sound again, and we relined it. We opened up all the laterals. All these laterals go through the top of the pipe at 12 o'clock position, go up about 6-7 feet because we're so deep, and then go horizontal to the houses. We TV'd the pipeline last week and a half ago, and all those connections are still fully open. No blockage or cloggages that could prevent sewage come into the pipeline over here. That's all you can see from inside the 36-inch pipeline is the opening above it that leads to the laterals of the house.
So could it be something else that's not in the home? The smell's coming from somewhere. I think we all agree with that one.
This is a sanitary sewer that's conveying 5 million gallons a day of sewage. It's raw sewage.
The only observation, though, is this isn't the only area. So, I mean, if there's sewer smell, we have people who have sewers under their homes all over the town, and no one's coming forward saying it smells where I live.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Mrs. Dolan.
I'm sorry.
Please.
I thought when Mr. Harper brought this up the first time all the folks came to our meeting, that you indicated that this problem did not exist until the line was relined. Is that
Yes.
correct? So we're talking about a problem that first surfaced in 2002.
Yes.
Okay. I think it's just important to be clear about that so that the professionals who are doing the research realize that.
Something must have happened that triggered this.
That's right.
I also have another question.
Sure.
The sewer line, when it comes out of a regular house and goes into a regular pipe and not the trunk line, what's the pitch on the pipe?
On the lateral pipe,
On the lateral pipe, what's the pitch on it?
1% or 2%, depending upon
Okay,
the
you
floor.
just said ours go in, drop down 6 feet. In the state of New Jersey, you can't have that much pitch on a pipe going into another pipe. That creates problems, as in sucking out traps dry. You just told me that it goes and drops 6 feet down. That could be your problem. That creates pressure. That could be what's pulling our toilets dry, that the laterals are hooked up wrong. And I know that because I've dealt with many inspectors, and we had to plumb houses, and we did sewer lines, and there's a certain pitch on it. You just told me that the pitch comes out, drops down straight 6 feet into the sewer. There lies your problem.
It's quite common on a very deep sewer to have vertical risers, not just on this sewer line, but every sewer line in New Jersey and the country. When the sewer is 18 feet deep, and if we left a lateral 18 feet deep for your house, and we told you, yeah, tie into our pipeline 18 feet deep, the homeowner can't afford to bear the cost of putting a lateral in 18 feet deep. All you need is 5 or 6 feet deep at your property line. So we come up vertically and come across your property line that's 5 or 6 feet deep to give you service. That's a very common design.
I just don't understand where the 5 or 6 feet come, because for 18 foot, and my pipe runs from the house and drops about a foot. Now you're talking 17 feet. You're talking more than 16 feet to get into the pipe.
Well, hold on a second. That wouldn't have occurred.
Correct.
From 2003. That would have always been the case.
Do you want to, I think Mr. Peters, is another gentleman from your firm wants to be recognized. Would you just introduce,
Timothy Gillen from CME Associates. I've been doing this stuff for
Mr. Gill, wanted to, just so we get you on the microphone.
You're 45 of the 80?
Pardon?
You're 45 of the 80? 97, 40, 80 years of experience.
I'm 45 of the 80. It's a standard construction practice for interceptor sewers, and for that matter, the regional sewer of a development, the collection system, where they have overly deep lines to have vertical risers. Personally, I don't like them because they have the tendency to break at the riser connection, where the lateral that comes out of the house joins the deep riser connection. However, back when these lines were done, which was in the 60s and the 70s, all of these things were standard practice. I was involved with the interceptor sewers for Bayshore Regional Sewage Authority, Western Monmouth Utilities Authority, the Borough of Seabright. All of these types of interceptors have vertical risers. So it's not illegal in the state of New Jersey. It's a standard practice.
Of then?
It's a standard practice and still recognized today. I represent the East Brunswick Sewage Authority, the Western Monmouth Utilities Authority, this municipality here, and I've done Ocean Township, excuse me, not Ocean Township Sewage Authority, Southern Monmouth Regional Sewage Authority. It's a standard practice.
Okay, but when you
Today.
talk about
Hold on, let me
interceptor,
finish,
all
sir. In addition, when we look at all of these types of construction, preferentially on interceptor sewers, once they had been installed, it was a practice at the time that DEP, EPA were funding the projects. They gave money to the authorities. The authorities, in turn, made as many connections as they could to facilitate the ability to service an area when they ran interceptor sewers. They did it all through all of the different towns. I know in Keyport they have the same type of situation where Bayshore installed deep riser connections. In fact, they even installed 2 risers single riser with two laterals coming off in different directions. In any case, when you look at the standard laterals and the standard pipes and the connection systems, there's a whole set of design standards for what they go. The slopes are, depending upon the size of the pipe, there's a minimum slope and there's a minimum velocity in the pipe. You're talking interceptor sewers. If the line has been installed and the line has been televised and there is no debris, and there's no debris located within the manholes themselves,
Correct.
then one potential source of odors is the accumulation of debris and materials either on the benches, within the manholes themselves, as a result of backups. So this particular type of situation has been investigated and shown to be, that's not present. So obviously, it's something else. So
Okay,
that's
now,
where we're at now.
when
Ask your question.
we speak of an interceptor line, can you explain what an interceptor line is?
In most cases, interceptors are greater than 12-inch diameter pipe, and they intercept all of the local collection systems.
Okay, so it's not the main trunk line. It's not the main big line in the bottom.
An interceptor is the main trunk.
Okay, so it's the main trunk line. Now, is it normal for neighborhoods to be hooked directly into that?
At the time that these things were built, yes.
Okay, how about now?
Now, preferentially, because of the depth and the integrity of the pipe, all of the authorities prefer not to have a connection made to that pipe because the majority of plumbers can't handle those types of excavations and put the large diameter interceptors at risk. So they prefer that there be a second line, 8-inch diameter, 10-inch diameter, with separate manholes installed to handle the local area. Again, this was done back in the 80s, back in the 60s and 70s rather, when these lines were installed and they were funded. The state did not want to pay for multiple parallel lines, and thus they permitted lateral connections to be made to the interceptors.
How do
Yeah,
we
this is
solve
in
this?
1984
You seem like a
this
very
line was put in.
intelligent man. How do we solve this? Truthfully.
Truthfully?
Come on, I think this one's rested on your shoulders.
Truthfully, what we end up doing is we have to investigate and find out where the problem's coming from. I've been involved with odors that people have had odors at their houses. And the odors has been determined to be coming from the stack because they did not have a proper P-trap, or the P-traps had dried out, or whatever, there was a crack pipe and the water was leaking out of it. You're a plumber, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then once that happens, there's been terrible odors next to the houses, proximate to the houses. And the reason it's there is because the vents are not properly constructed. That may be the case here, we don't know. We haven't been there.
I
We have to look at some of the homes.
And I understand that.
Okay, you can
but-
say your house is brand new and
Yeah.
you did it, that may be the case.
But this is the problem that I'm having. It's sucking the trap water out of my toilet. Now, if the toilet trap was broke, that would mean the whole back of the toilet was broke, which would be water all over my bathroom every time I flushed. So it's not sucking the water out of a kitchen sink, which I can see that being broke, maybe leaking in the wall where you can't see it. But it's pulling the water out of my toilet. And I have a full basement, so I can see down in the downstairs also. It's not like a crawl space where it could be.
Fixtures in the basement? do you?
No.
Okay.
It's only the first and second floor have plumbing fixtures. So if it's pulling trap water out of my toilet, I would know if this was broke. It'd be every time, it'd just be water flushing through my
The question is, from both floors? Both toilets?
first floor.
First floor,
Yep,
not the second floor.
yes.
Is it a low-flow toilet?
Is it the first floor only?
It's normally the first floor. Yeah, first floor bathroom every
So
time.
it's not your second floor bathroom?
Well, on the second bathroom, the venting that they did up there is way overdone from New Jersey standards. In my house, you should only have 2 vent tubes coming out that are half the size of your main pipe, which is 4 inches and
I think
2
what he's
inches.
trying to diagnose is the water being sucked out of every toilet in the house or just a toilet?
In
the
my house, just the downstairs toilet.
Which is the reason why we've gone through the mainline sewers, we've TV'd, we've looked, we can't find a problem. From most of the literature I've seen, house venting is a very critical thing.
Yes, and I understand that.
Sewers breathe. As the flow drops in this pipeline and the liquid volume drops, air takes its place. So air gets pulled in. When the volume of sewage rises or more water is going through it and displaces the air, air's got to vent. So there's venting through manhole covers all the time, and there's venting through house traps and through house vents. And what concerns us most is when we heard people telling us they had odors in their house. To get into your house, my first reaction was that it's got to be a house plumbing. It's not what you want to hear, though, but that's my first reaction. The authority went and we looked into the mainline sewers, and we can't find, there's no debris down there. The flows are variable, yes. Winter and summertime, the sewer temperature changes with winter and summertime, and that changes the potential for odors to be in the sewer or not be in the sewer. There's so many variables, it's hard to determine what might be the odor source. But to hear that you have odors in your house does concern the authority.
Well,
so
yeah, I
when we
understand
hear
that.
we think house plumbing. I can't get into your house as the regional sewer authority. The township is offering to get a plumbing code official, because this is what you need to understand. Why that one toilet? Is it the first fixture on the sewer system?
Yes.
You know?
Well, this is, okay, let me re-explain this too. Let me explain it better so we all understand. We don't have the sewer smell when the water's in the trap. We have the sewer smell when the water's out of the trap, when it gets sucked out. When you walk into my bathroom and you look in the toilet, there's not a drop of water in it. Empty, okay? That's when we get the sewer smell, because it will vent out of the lowest vent possible, which is that toilet.
Question for you, though. Do you find that the water in the lower level toilet is missing? Are you present when the water disappears?
Yes. This has been going on for 3 years. We've looked at it and watched it, and
And the upper toilet's not being flushed, so the water in the lower toilet just sort of disappears?
just sort of disappears.
Does it peter out and get pulled out quickly, do you know?
It's more of a slower thing, but it goes right out. I mean, it doesn't take a day for it to happen. It's 30 seconds, 45 seconds.
Oh, that's fast enough.
Yeah, and it disappears.
That I've not heard of.
That you've not heard of.
That I've not
Okay.
heard of.
And
Heard a lot
well,
of
look,
things, but not that one.
all of this commentary is helpful, because I see Mr. Peters taking notes. We've got to collect as much information to try and figure out where is it broke.
And this also isn't just happening to our toilet, it's everybody's toilets, because the toilet is the lowest line for it to pull. So if there's some kind of negative pressure, it's going to pull the trap immediately out of the toilet. Because plus with a toilet also, with a regular sink trap, you have water that lays in the trap. With a toilet trap, you have water, that water continues all the way up and into the bowl. So once you pull it and move it, it goes. So something is pulling the water out of our traps, and it's not the plumbing. Because in toilet plumbing, there's no magic to it, because everybody uses the same thing, because all the toilets are universal, all the traps are universal, all the pipe size is universal. So there's nothing that I can say, oh, well, I only have a 1.5-inch pipe, and he has a 3-inch pipe. They're all universal. There aren't different pipings for toilets.
No, there are different sizes, low-flow toilets. You know, there are new technology out there, from the 5-gallon to the 1.5-gallon toilets out there.
Well, that was just for water consumption, they did that.
Yes.
Mr. Harper, knowing that there are some other folks that may have some commentary as well, we'll certainly come back to you.
Okay.
I think some of these other folks, if you wouldn't mind, we want to collect as much information as we can. Thank you, sir.
James Harper, 154 West 3rd Street. Can you explain to me how come at my house, when their toilet bowl water gets sucked out, mine gets blown into my toilet? Just up and out and into my bathroom.
Out into your bathroom?
Out into my bathroom. I've come home on a couple of occasions. I've also called Howell Township's emergency line. Your guy came out, took a look, had me flush my toilet, said there's absolutely nothing wrong with my line from my house to the street. He also, when he opened up the cap to my house, said, what do you have, the Colorado River running down your street? So can you explain that? I mean, this is one of your qualified inspectors who came out just to take a look. Can you explain?
Let's go back to the last statement. When he asked the question, what led him to ask that question?
He popped my cap open, my clean-out cap, and the sound that was coming out of it was a roar.
The sound, okay.
Yes, the sound coming down the water. Also, up until a few weeks ago, the caps, if you stood on them, they vibrated. A 36-inch line, how many gallons per day can that take?
That pipeline has capacity of over 20 million gallons per day.
20 million gallons. Can you explain to me then how come we're getting smell not only in our houses, because now, mind you, this isn't our houses. We've had neighbors who have had the health department down who have put their noses to the manhole covers in the street and have almost gotten knocked out by the smell. So this isn't just a problem in our homes. This is a buildup, and it's pushing out of the manhole covers too, which is why your employees come down the road and they foam the caps because they're trying to keep the smell in the caps. I mean, let's face it, we all know there's a problem there. Can we...
You said it before, the sewer line breathes, okay? Air goes in and out. That's why there are house vents to start with.
Yep.
That's why there are vent pipes on the system elsewhere that there's no houses in the area. The sewer line breathes. So any given day, you put your nose to a manhole. This happens to be a manhole of sewer carrying 5 million gallons a day. If you went to a sewer down the street that had an 8-inch pipe in it with 10 houses connected to it, you might smell sewage odor because the flow is so low, you might see it there. There's always sewage in this pipeline. It's always there. There's always the potential for
Well, then, why is it coming out of the sewage caps? I mean, this just isn't our homes. This is all up and down the
For your
block.
particular house, you told me you had your toilet
water blown out of my toilet, and I'm not the only one in here who's had the toilet bowl water blown out of their toilet.
That's another explanation. I mean, I've seen it happen several times when we are doing sewer cleaning using jet trucks, putting a high-pressure jet hose in the sewer system. That pressurizes the sewer.
There were no jet trucks.
Right. You don't have that. Again, your problem baffles me. I've done 25 years of sewage work. Not 45, but 25. Again, I've never seen... Because you have a basement in your house?
Nope.
Our sewer is 18 feet deep. If for the sewage to come out of your toilet and you're 3 feet above ground, it would come out of the manhole cover first on the street. So your situation also does baffle me, and that's, again, the reasons why we need to understand the lateral connection from the main line to the house and the house plumbing to try to understand. I don't doubt you're having this problem.
But I've already had somebody in to take a look at my plumbing in my home and told me there's absolutely nothing wrong with my plumbing. So what are you guys going to do? You guys are going to come in? I mean, I'll invite anyone into my home that wants to come in and take a look. However, I've been already told by two plumbers, not two plumbers, by your gentleman who came out and a family friend who's also a plumber, who said there's absolutely nothing wrong with my plumbing.
I don't have an answer for you, sir. I was still trying to understand the problems.
I would just like to see it being eliminated that it's nothing in your house. So then you know what? Somebody else got to figure it out because it's not in your home. And the only way that's going to happen is to have your home looked at.
And that's fine.
I'm glad about that. I mean, I know I would. You know?
If they're to come in and say there's problems with our homes, I would like Howell Township, as you guys, to call the New Jersey State inspectors to inspect our homes on top of it. Not Howell Township, I want New Jersey State inspectors to come in and inspect our homes. Because if they say there's something wrong and New Jersey doesn't, I would like to have some kind of backup. Howell already said our house was fine. This is why I don't want Howell to do it.
Or they'll do that, man?
I have no problem with it, Mr. Schlegel. I mean, I don't know what authority we have to ask state officials to come. I think we'd have to just check whatever the process is.
Yeah, I'd have to investigate
come
that
here.
because you do need to remember our plumbing inspectors are licensed by the state of New Jersey, so I don't really know the difference would be between a state inspector but I'll certainly look into that and get back to you on that.
And can we all agree it's methane gas coming out of the sewer?
No. No.
What is it then?
Methane gas is odorless and colorless. Hydrogen sulfide is very typical with sanitary sewage, yes.
Okay, because I have two small children, and I also have a senior citizen living with me. Okay? My concerns are for my 3-year-old and my 5-year-old at the top of my list.
Understand.
Okay? And every time that the smell comes creeping into my neighborhood, I have to pull my children into the home. And I don't think it's fair because I pay a lot of taxes in Howell, as we all do in this town. Okay? And in Freewood Acres, we feel ignored, okay? We feel as if we're the last on the list for everything. And I feel like we have to beg to get anything done. And I don't think it's fair to a taxpayer to have to beg to get anything done.
Why would you feel that way?
Because every time we bring up an issue, nothing seems to get
Mr. Harper,
solved.
the only thing I would tell you is, and I was not aware that there was a smell issue until you folks came to the last council meeting.
Sure.
We reacted immediately. We went to MRSA, we demanded they get involved, we hired a special engineer. No, I know that, but I don't want you to think like we're trying to ignore you, or you're trying to beg to get this resolved. We want to fix it.
It's not upset with you guys. It's upset with the Howell Sewer Authority, the Howell Health Department, the Manasquan Sewer Authority. We're upset with them.
Hold on.
We've had one of the health department officials. I don't know if he was Monmouth County or what he was.
It would be the county.
Howell
He said
Township
that there
doesn't
was-
have a health department.
Okay.
It's the county.
He said that there were 300 complaints plus lodged to them. About this odor. One of the houses, one of the guys, apparently he probably gets it the worst, has complained the most about it. But every time we call anyone, I've called Manasquan Sewage Authority. I never got a call back. I left a message 2 or 3 times. I never got one call back from you guys. I gave you my cell phone number. Now, my cell phone, I got the liberty at my job to answer my phone whenever I need to. So I didn't miss your call. I just didn't get called back. And I don't think that's fair either.
Well, I think from the mayor and the council up here, you've been treated like every other citizen. As soon as we were alerted to the situation.
By the council.
We've acted.
And we appreciate that, and thank you.
That's what we're supposed to do. This gentleman here, you'd like to make some comments, sir?
How you doing? Bruce Lanham, 91 Smith. First of all, I'd like to say, we're trying to make the neighborhood look much better with the park going in. And, I gave some of my property up to the township for that. Approximately 2 years ago, and I'm saying approximately, I had raw sewage backed up into the house twice in a row. Now, it's luckily I was there the second time. When it did start, I ran out and I pulled the cap off of the clean out, the one that's closest to the road, and it came up 3.5 feet. When I took the cap off, it blew 3.5 feet in the air. Finally, the township got involved, brought a contractor in, and what they did, they dug the whole road up, and what they found was the liner, where the liner was ran through the line, it wasn't cut out big enough. They must have busted just a real, I didn't see physically for myself, but I'm sure it's on record, that the hole in the liner wasn't opened up big enough. And everything was plugging up and going right back into the house. Since then, it hasn't happened. I haven't had the issue, nor have I had a sewer gas issue in the house. But I'm willing to give up a room for a while. You can come live with me to see what it's like. And also, how much does a manhole cover weigh?
85 pounds.
Come on.
On top of it, the sewer authority has larger ones because the larger size manholes, larger size pipe. These might be 120, 130. I don't really know exactly. But
They've got to be at least 200 pounds
They
apiece.
are larger covers because they are a larger sewer system.
The water is going to take the least path of resistance. Is that correct?
Water goes downhill.
It's not going to blow a 120-pound manhole cover off. It's going to come out your sink. Is it not?
Now, I've seen manhole covers lift.
Well, then you're a better man than I.
For your particular house, okay, and your problem was 2 years ago, was fixed. And so the council...
At this point, I haven't had any problems, but that still remains to be seen.
Right. The problem with this particular gentleman's house was his authority did line those pipelines in 2002.
Okay, well...
May I finish?
Go ahead.
Every lateral was reopened again and TV before it was left the job site. Another unique situation, you may not want to believe it or not, but this particular liner shrunk. After 3 years in service, okay, I'm sorry you're laughing, but after 3 years in service, and his lateral was found to be clogged, and you did see that the opening was just, instead of being a 4-inch opening, was only a fraction of a 4-inch opening. When we entered the sewer system, that liner shrunk back. It was 440 foot long. It shrunk back like 6 inches. And as the hole shifted, that particular house got down to almost zero. as the next house, and the next house downstream of that. All three houses, the authority got a contractor out there, and we reopened all those laterals again, and that's what we TV'd for a week and a half ago, was to see if there are any other houses on Smith Street or 3rd Street had a similar problem. And that liner is very unusual to have that happen. It's a unique situation. I know it happened to you, sir, and I apologize for it, but it was addressed by the authority, and it hasn't happened since then.
You know, just sitting here, it just dawned on me. We got backing up in some bathrooms, toilet bowls empty in other bathrooms, stink everywhere. I mean, there's some issues over there. I mean, this isn't your everyday neighborhood with sewers.
No, it's not. You're
It's
correct.
not. I mean, we have many different issues over there. Something's got to be done.
Something does have to be done, and, you know, I do have the same issue with sometimes my downstairs toilet only gets sucked dry.
Okay.
As well, so.
But Mr. Latham, you have not had a...
It's Lanham.
Latham, I'm sorry. You have not had a reoccurrence of the blockage issue?
I haven't had any issues in a while,
Other than the being sucked dry?
other than it being sucked dry, and the stench in the neighborhood. Oh, and by the way, if that woman on the one road, not that her issue isn't bad, but if she wants to see a bad road, drive down Smith. You should take a ride down Smith.
I have been. I agree with you.
If you could.
I've been down Smith, I've been
And
down...
it is bad.
You're 1,000% right.
Yeah, and I did, you know, picture raw sewage coming back through your bathroom. And, you know, and you got, you know, you're trying to clean up, you know, crap, literally, out of your house. You know, it was horrible. And I paid for it. Out of my, you know.
The Manasquan River Sewer Authority didn't make you whole for your out-of-pocket expenses to clean it?
No, and they were made aware of it too.
But did you send them the bills? And
No, physically, no, we did not.
I would.
You know,
I'd send them the bills tomorrow.
You know, we would have to come up with, you know, the receipts from it, but because I did everything myself, but.
Because we didn't want to put it into the house insurance and have our rate go up out of something that wasn't in our control. It wasn't our fault. It wasn't our plumbing.
Okay.
So
we appreciate your comments.
And that's obviously got to be on record as well. You know, what the guys from the town.
Has this come up before, Mr. Naziata? Has this come up before down to engineering? About Smith Street and 3rd?
The latest issue that he had just spoke of with the lateral that had been reopened, we were involved with that. The local Howell Sewer Department was involved with that one, yes.
Go ahead, ma'am. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Lisa Gibbs. I live at 155 West 3rd Street in Howell. I have lived there since 1988. When I bought the house, it was already hooked up to sewer. It was a requirement at that time to get the C of O for that house. Never had a problem. Loved my neighborhood until 2002. And they did the liner on the piping, and from the first day, there was sewage smell in the neighborhood. Never mind the fact that they never told anyone at all in the neighborhood what they were going to do. There were no posters, no flyers, no phone calls, no certified letters, no nothing. They came like thieves in the night and worked on this pipe, put bales of hay around pumps to quiet the noise. And when I complained, they offered us a hotel room at the Days Inn up there in Freehold for the night.
In 2002?
I cannot tell you how upset this whole issue makes me. We haven't been able to go to a lot of the meetings. My husband and I work. I sent Mayor DeBella an email. I have complained personally to Manasquan Regional Sewer Authority when it first happened, 2002, at least 10 times. I complained to Howell Township Municipal Utility Authority, or whatever we called ourselves from year to year here. Basically, Howell Township Sewer. Complained to that. complain to the police department, and complain to the Board of Health. And it is beyond me why no one knows that this problem, why no one has any idea that this problem has existed since 2002. It is beyond belief. And now the fact, I find it extremely insulting that they say the problem is in my house. My neighbor is a plumber. He comes over, does all my plumbing. Told me nothing wrong with my house. Absolutely nothing. Was never a problem until this liner went in. Now the water from my downstairs toilet evacuates the last day. In fact, the municipal, July 14th, the municipal meeting with the municipal sewer or Manasquan Sewer Authority, I had to stay home because the water evacuated from my toilet, and I called the police just to make a complaint so somebody would know what was going on. There was gallons and barrels of water running down the street, running down the sewer, pulled the water out of the toilet that fast, and the gases came up through my downstairs toilet. I had to open my windows, throw on the air conditioning, place fans all around the house because of one toilet. On a regular basis, my husband burns incense when we're outside, and that smell wafts through. Our granddaughter came to us and said, "Grandma, Grandpa, it smells like poop outside." This is unacceptable. Totally unacceptable, and I would like an explanation, and I personally volunteer. If you want to come to my house and send a camera down my lateral and down a 6-foot drop and look and see where there's a problem, you're more than welcome. But at your expense, on your dime, and a certified plumber I know to say that there's nothing wrong.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Sure, Mrs. Dalton, go ahead.
I have a question reacting to something Mrs. Gibbs said. When you said that you tested all of the lines with a television camera, you went through the trunk line?
Large sewer, yes.
And you went through the lateral lines?
No, we did not.
You did not?
No.
Okay, so you haven't tested all of them. You don't need to go into people's homes in order to test the lateral lines,
No.
correct?
Yay!
I'm asking.
You can, and the cleanout caps on the property line, we can TV one direction from the property line to the sewer because it's got a sweep in it.
Right.
To put a camera back up to the house is almost impossible.
Right.
So at the property line with a cleanout cap going to the mainline sewer and then down vertically, that can be inspected.
And you'll be able to see
If there was blockages
where the property owner's lateral line connects to the trunk line.
Right, but from the property line back to the house, we can't see that.
But we haven't as of yet looked at that, the connection from the lateral
have
to the
not.
trunk line. We
I
haven't?
got to,
Okay.
hold on a second. And I appreciate you're in a tough position here tonight. We appreciate your being here. How didn't you not check that lateral line? Now I'm lost.
Okay.
I mean, now I'm starting to get really ticked off. So I don't understand this. We checked all the lines, we had cameras in the lines, it's got to be the house,
Check anything.
but we didn't check the lateral lines. I'm starting to get a little unhappy. So why didn't we check the lateral lines?
Hold on,
lateral-
Mayor,
the lateral
Mayor,
is-
I'm not defending anybody, but nobody said it had to be the house. They said, let us start from
No,
the
no,
house.
no, I understand that. And believe me.
Let's start from the street.
I just,
Starting from the houses.
you got to appreciate our perspective.
I understand your perspective.
These are our customers. They're your customers too, but our job is to protect them and ask all these questions. It's like this whole ordinance, for those that were here, we only changed the definition of a dog, except that we also added in something else. So I'm getting a little unhappy. So when are we going to check the lateral lines?
A little history, as was said, when this pipeline was put down 3rd Street and Smith Street back in 1982. In the 1970s, when Howell Township wanted that pipeline down that street, there was an agreement that said MRSA would own the main trunk sewer line and Howell Township would maintain all the laterals. So technically, the laterals on this street, you may not want to hear this, are Howell Township laterals.
Okay.
And so
Mr.
MR
Nunziato, I'm sorry to come back to you. Why haven't we checked the laterals?
Again, that would be something we would check with Mr. Barrett in the sewer department as to the ability for us to even TV them.
Who is this person?
Our
Who works
sewer
for us?
department.
So why wouldn't, believe me, we found out about this smell issue a meeting ago. These people have been calling the health department, everybody else, we don't know all the stuff's going on. I'm hoping that we don't even have to tell you that tomorrow, this person who's under our employment is going to be out there with the camera and they're going to get in the line. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
That certainly can be done.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am, I'm sorry.
I just have one more point, and the roads are an issue. The sewer manways are sticking up 4 or 6 inches. They've slashed people's tires, ruined front ends. I don't know what happened with the paving of that, but before the work was done, it wasn't like that. And I'm tired of having to weave down the street like I'm doing a slalom course to get out to Holster's Corner Road.
Only one issue per neighborhood at a time.
But that is part of the issue. It's still the Manasquan River Sewer Authority. It's their sewer caps.
And he told me that the sidewalk settled.
This is the problem. Yeah, we were told that the street settled on the manhole cover, but this is the question. When that job was given, and there was a thing for that job,
We need to take a
when they
break.
paid the streets, we never got
You
a
can't keep
second
talking
layer.
from the audience.
Who was paid the money for the second layer of tar that we never received? Because they put one layer in, then put tar up to them and left. When you do a road, you do 2 layers. You have a base layer and a top layer. We never received another 2 inches of base or top layer. Somebody had to be paid for that. That's the question on the road. All right, Mrs. Gibbs, is there any other testimony you can offer us?
No, that's it.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
My pleasure, thank you. Okay, Mrs. Dalton, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Ray Harper, 156 West 3rd Street.
Mr. Harper.
I have a real issue
We're going to
with
change
the-
this from Freewood Acres to Harperville. Go ahead, Mr. Harper.
I have a real issue with the health department. I read an article following the last meeting when you guys were alerted to the fact that the problem we were having in the news transcript where William Hine of the Monmouth County spokesperson stated the following. Said that the county had only received 12 complaints in regard to this matter. He said the county has invested every complaint and conducted its own odor inspection. He said officials discovered at times there is an odor, but it's untraceable. I know my house alone has called more than 12 times just in the past few months. Somebody needs to check the Board of Health logs.
We have it on the
and
list.
See what's going on with this. We've been telling them what the odor is for years. It's the sewer.
Mayor, we can't speak to what's in the newspaper, obviously, but I will let you know that the Monmouth County Health Department did reach out to our engineering office. We'll be scheduling a meeting with them either by the end of this week or the beginning of next week regarding this matter.
Okay. Is there anything, Mr. Harper, that you can offer, different testimony we haven't heard? Not that we want to hear from you, but so we can get to everybody.
Just the fact that they say it's not a health enforcement problem on their end. And when you have sewer gas, which has toxic fumes within it, blowing into your house, it could come in the middle of the night, could come in, unexpectedly at any point. You could be suffocated in your sleep by some of the stuff that comes in.
Mr. Harper, we're definitely going to address that problem.
Please, yes, because like I said, I'm tired of living with my bathroom door closed and my windows cracked open just in case the water gets pulled out of a trap.
That's all 4 seasons, summer, winter.
Yeah, summer, winter, everything.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harper.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
David Bajer, 67 Smith Street.
Mr. Major.
It did all start with the relining of the pipe.
Okay.
In my house, I don't get the toilets pulled or nothing like that, but I am getting the smell very bad, and it's outside. My house is on a corner, and I have a detached garage, and there's a 10-foot pathway between it, and then my pool is behind the garage. If I walk between my house and my garage, the smell is horrendous because it's kind of like a dead spot area where, you know, you don't get a lot of wind or whatever. My vents are on the top. I have a one-story house, and it's actually coming from the vents. Somehow or another, I guess the pressure of the flow that runs through the pipe is actually causing a draft, I guess, to come out the vents. I would imagine that the vents are before the trap. So that way any pressure that would come back up through the line is actually getting blown right out the vent pipes on the roof. One of the guys from, what's that company? The engineering company that came out.
CME. They're right here.
There was a representative, I don't remember the man's name, I do have his card at home. He came out.
David Samuel? No, I'm kidding.
No, but he did come out, and I kind of walked him to the area of where we smelt it the most, and I stood there for a while, and I had mentioned to him I could smell it right now, but he wouldn't acknowledge the fact that he could smell it. But yet I was standing there and I smelt it. My wife was standing right next to me. She smelt it, and he still would not acknowledge the fact that he smelt it. He sat there and tried to tell me that it could be a septic problem. And I'm looking at him going, you got to be kidding me. I worked for Sandbolt Construction, which is a big outfit in Toms River. I did live sewer tie-ins. I know the difference between a septic smell and a sewer smell. They're very different. And he just wouldn't accept the fact that the smell was there. He basically looked me right in the eyes and said, I don't smell it, but we're standing right there and you can smell it.
Can I ask you, when was this?
It was the Monday after the sewerage authority meeting. He came
The
out.
reason I'm asking is you said CME Associates.
Might have been
We
one of
didn't-
our guys.
Yeah, we didn't get involved with this until after the Manasquan.
Well, that's what the card, the meeting at the sewerage authority building.
That's not CME.
It was the Monday afterwards. That's what was on the card that he gave, right? Because he was at your mother's house.
Here, the card is in this paper.
We got it right there.
Okay.
But he looked me right in my eyes and was telling us that he couldn't smell it, but the smell was right there.
But was his eyes tearing?
Okay.
He just seemed like he was just trying to avoid the whole thing, like he didn't want to say yes or no.
Right.
That's who came to, this is the guy right here.
Yeah, it's not
Oh, he was
CME.
Hatchmont McDonald, Robert Mainberger.
Right, which is just so that, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So it's clear, Hatchmont McDermott is the.
It's the count, that's
is
MRSA.
The MRSA
It's MRSA's
engineer.
engineers.
Okay.
CME is the township engineer.
Well, from what my understanding was that he was out there on behalf of Manasquan Reservoir.
Okay, all right, we appreciate your comments.
All right.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, how can we help you?
Hi, I'm Laura Gewissler, 92 Smith Street, and I've probably been the one that's called the most. Somebody mentioned that somebody else has been calling a lot. I've probably been calling for at least since the liner was put in. I don't have a problem with the toilets, but I have a deck, and whenever I go on my deck, not every time, but many, many times when I go on my deck, I definitely have this terrible odor that we've all been talking about. And I live south of my neighbors here. And so this smell is coming up Smith Street. It's wafting up Smith Street. I think it's from the vents, whoever said that. There's vents on these houses. I think it's wafting up from those vents, sweeping across my yard. I've had the health department out 30 times, probably 30 times. I didn't know about calling you all, I just called the health department. If it's a bad odor, I figured they need to know, because it's affecting our health, actually. So I don't think you can track it to their particular houses at all. It's a problem that's coming up Smith Street and has been for 4 or 5 years. It's been coming and it's been strong, winter or summer. So it's not somebody's individual problem. It's the problem with the line. And they got to figure out what's causing the problem with the line.
Okay.
I do think it's those vents, though. I think that's a lot, because it's either the ground or the air, and it's definitely coming through the air, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. The other comments, sir? Sure.
It was brought up at the Manasquan Reservoir meeting that we had, that supposedly at the time that this, I believe it was at the time of the pipe was run, that they were given, supposedly Howell was given the choice to put in a secondary line with that line for us to tie into, so there wasn't a problem. I guess I had to do a main tie-in down the road further. And supposedly, we were told that Howell turned that down. That's what we were told at that meeting, and all these people right here were at that meeting with us.
Mr. Dunn, do you have to know what this could be in reference to? You have any idea at all?
CME was not the utility engineer at that time.
When was this? What year?
It was probably 01, 02, when they were doing conceptual plans for...
84 originally, when it was put in.
Well, I can recall during my tenure, there was a discussion to possibly consider putting an 8-inch line above the line that's already there now and converting the deep house connections to shallow connections and then tying that into the existing interceptor. But again, it was something that was too extraneous in cost for the township to consider at that point.
I'm just curious, we had spoken about moving the 36-inch line would be, astronomical cost. In comparison, what would it be approximate to run something like an 8-inch line there? I mean, in comparison to, obviously, we're not going to move a 36-inch line.
Ms. Schlegel, there was correspondence some 4 or 5 years ago with regards to that. And I believe the municipality was offered some form of compensation. The number was less than $250,000 4 or 5 years ago. We were not the designers of that. We don't have a copy of the design, but certainly running a parallel line so that the deep connections directly to the 36-inch line is a feasible alternative. Is that a guarantee it's going to solve the problem? There's still going to be a 36-inch line with 5 million gallons a day of sewer running down the bottom of the street. Do we get rid of could we get rid of, in theory, some of the house connection concerns? Certainly. But to that end, we'd have to tear up the road, put an 8-inch line in the middle of it, disconnect and rehook each of those laterals. Best of my recollection from the documents that we saw from MRSA, they offered the governing body that option about 5 years ago. I believe the number was in the range of, just physical construction, $200,000, ballpark, but it did not include repaving the road, which would have to be done from edge to edge. If you put a line, like a water line on one side, you fix one side. You put a sewer line down the middle, you repave the entire road from 9 to Hulse's Corner.
Okay, Mayor, I think as action items, maybe we can kind of close this out. If you want to go over that.
I've got several observations, and for the technical team, and the council may have additional notes. Some of the symptoms. People have water that's being sucked out of their toilet. Others have water that's being physically pushed out of the toilet. So being thrown out, sucked in, thrown out. Smell around the manhole, smell in the house. We know that a lot of this, or all of this, began with the line change in 2002. So at least we know when something happened. You mentioned that this one gentleman here had a problem where it shrunk. Who knows what the problem is? We do know that the township can inspect these lateral lines, and we're going to get on that post-haste. We're very concerned with the Board of Health, and you already mentioned there's a meeting. I have to tell you, in the 4 years I've been here, I don't get a regular report about complaints that go to the county from Howell Township. I'd like to get a report every month, and I'm sure the council would agree, on complaints in our town that are being registered to the County Board of Health. We have no idea. Maybe we would have uncovered this 2 years ago if we kept seeing complaint after complaint after complaint, but we're not getting any of the reports. And they've been the Board of Health here for how long? 20 years?
Yeah, at least.
So, I mean, if we can fix it, let's fix it now. Clearly, we're going to need MRSA to go out there, this paving issue with the manholes. If we have residents that are driving and they have to navigate around them, quite frankly, we're going to need you guys to get out there and get that fixed. I mean, there can't be a situation where, and I've been down these streets, I just married a couple in the neighborhood a couple of weeks ago, and I can attest the manhole is this much out of the ground. I mean, it's crazy.
I agree, but the manhole hasn't settled. The manhole was flush years ago. The street has settled.
Well, the only thing I would say is, with respect to MRSA, is we want you guys to go out there and see if you can fix it. Okay, so we want that resolved. I think the other issue is, the other symptom is the smell, according to this one resident, is obviously coming up from Smith Street. Maybe it isn't in all the houses, but it appears to be, from her testimony, coming up Smith Street. I'd like to see whatever this correspondence was. I wasn't here 5 years ago, but whatever this correspondence was, about 8 inches, and another line being 200,000. I'm sure there had to be good reason why the people here at the time didn't elect to do it. Maybe the 200,000 was only a small portion, but if we can pull, maybe from the clerk, if we can pull that correspondence and get that recirculated, I think we need to do it. And I guess at this point, we're certainly willing to go into these folks' houses, but I would tend to agree that might, I mean, we're certainly happy to do it, but it sounds like there's other issues we may want to also begin to look into, starting right here with the lateral inspection, before we start going into folks' houses, to be able to validate that all the pipes are done.
I think that first thing tomorrow, we need to reach out to our sewer department and have them look at all the laterals to determine if there is any kind of blockage or there's a problem there. In conjunction with that, I do agree that we need to find that correspondence from 5 years ago. And we may have to look at that secondary line if we cannot find what the answer is for these people, these residents. So hopefully we'll have some kind of, at least an, however small, but some report for our next meeting, so at least we know where we're at.
Okay. You have one more comment, ma'am?
Can I ask one more thing?
Go ahead.
If you do go the way of that second line, I'm confused, because if the problem is already through this, let's say the problem's with venting, and your laterals are clear, I mean, you haven't solved the problem by putting that, how's that going to solve the problem?
And that was Mr. Peters' point. It may not. We just want to pull the correspondence.
Why are you suggesting that? I don't understand.
I think the suggestion was, in trying to unturn every possible stone, let's have the information available in the event that it's determined that that could be a solution. That's all.
Also, another possibility that that line has to be moved, because I know it's expensive, but it was originally, it's not the right size for going down our streets, is what it sounds like, what I've heard here. It should maybe go down Route 9 and then down Hostas like it was originally planned to do, but it never didn't happen. So I'm just saying that's something we should keep in mind.
Okay.
Just want to add one little quick thing, just so you can keep it straight. The smell, like these guys are having the toilet suck dry, so they're getting the smell in their house. To get back on a point of possibly people's houses having problems with plumbing problems, I don't have the smell in my house whatsoever. We could just walk in the house and not have to worry about the smell. But I could walk right out my back door, stand on my porch, and the smell is just horrendous.
I wanted to ask one question to the first Mr. Harper. You had mentioned that recently, something that Mercer had done, I really didn't catch it, but that the smell has gone away recently. And that's very curious to me.
Okay, I'll explain real fast. Before Mercer came out there, if you stood on the manhole cover, it shook. Heavy vibrations. You go out there now, it's nice and calm. So you can't hear the noise. They reduce the flow through the neighborhood. Exactly. I don't care what they say over there. Because when you stand up, matter of fact, if you go back to News 12 filmed it. When News 12 is standing on top of the TV camera, you can hear it through their cameras screaming through it. We have the News 12. You can hear it screaming through their cameras. It's not like that anymore.
Okay. All right,
Okay,
folks.
thank you.
Mr. Lari, you have a comment on this particular
I'd
issue?
like to make an observation with or without this. It seems to me that the line that's running, this 36-inch line, is running full. Water is backing up into these laterals, or the line coming out of the house. With the scenario I'm suggesting, that the line is running full, will explain every one of these situations. The sucking out, when the flow abates, that head of liquid in the lateral will suck out the line. When we pump the hell out of the system, it is going to blow out the seal. The odor fecal material is going to collect on the walls of the entire sewer. The lines are going to, or this material is going to create the odors. The wafting is still, I'd say, is related to this over pumping through that line.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lorraine. Mr. Boland, you have the last word on this.
In line with his thinking, I would suggest that the engineers consider placing a recording barometer in the manhole that can create a log of the pressure changes. That would might shed some light on.
Have you guys done that?
No.
Okay. Is that something that,
Sewers, barometry, there is a whole science on air movement, whether it be weather or whatever, but there is atmospheric condition changes at your house vents. There are changes in barometric pressures. I don't doubt that. I don't know if it's measurable or not. And it never came across my mind. I'll look into it.
I would think a pressure changes would be a function of the flow rate, and there must be some standards that
It's a function of air temperature. Low pressure system comes in, pressure drops.
But as he said, if the sewer backs up,
what it is. I mean,
as the other gentleman said, if the sewer flow capacity reduces at some point down the line, it'll back up, the pipe fills up, all that air gets pushed out. That's what the neighbors are smelling.
Mr. Kosick?
Please.
Sorry to, but I need to clarify this just for our sewer department. You said that there's a 6 foot rise, right?
It's back
Well,
6 foot.
whatever. Okay, then you have a swoop, is what you said, or no?
The sewers, the street varies in elevation. The sewer is between 20 to 15 feet deep, depending upon the road profile.
Right.
The top of the pipe is 3 feet higher, so then it's only about 12 to 17 feet below ground. You come up 6 feet vertically, or 7 feet, whatever it is, to get about 6 feet below grade, to come across the people's properties at about 5 or 6 feet deep. So that vertical riser might be 6 feet, might be 4 feet, might be 8 feet, depending on where we are.
Right, but then how's it go from there? Because I'm just concerned about the camera going from, can they make that turn into the house, or do we have to come out of from the house?
Typically, most clean-out caps have it's like a T, it's called a TY. It's actually has a sweep in it.
Right.
So that you can, if you want to clean it or jet it out, you sweep in. So most sewer laterals sweep to the mainline sewer. To go backwards is very difficult. So you have to get around a little angle down there. And to go back from the clean-out cap to the house is very difficult to do, if you can do it at all.
It's always better to go in a direction.
Okay, well, I just want to make that clear for the residents, though.
So, now, did you say you TV'd from the clean-out down into the main, or you did not?
1999, when the authority was first contemplating this pipeline project, MRSA at its own cost, TV 60 or so, whatever it is in this reach sewer liner, I think it's like 60-odd laterals. We TV'd those sewer laterals. We gave the township copies of those tapes. Most of the sewer laterals were in fine shape. A few had roots.
So for the exercise that we're going to address tomorrow, we can go at the clean-out at the street, let's say, and go towards the main, and we can establish that those. However, to try to go back from that clean-out in the street back towards the house is next to impossible. You'd have to get in the house and go from the house to the street.
Okay.
I don't think anybody.
Go ahead, Mrs. Dolan.
I don't think that anyone really. I didn't get the sense that the policy thoughts up here were to go from the clean out into the house, because I think, based on all the testimony, we're not going to find any problem from the clean out into the house. We want to see what goes from the clean out down into the lateral to where it connects to the main trunk.
Right. That's all I'm saying is that, right. Well, I think we have direction
Okay.
and a plan.
All right, so
to go
you
from
have
there.
your direction. I want to be very clear, and I know you're with Hatch McDonald and not a MRSA employee, but I have to be candid, and you can bring this back to the right people, that I'm certainly less than satisfied with the way some of this has been handled. The whole beginning of it's Howell's issue, no, it's MRSA's issue, it's MRSA, it's Howell. I want to be respectful because we want your help. And I appreciate your time here this evening, being on the hot seat and giving us your testimony. So we're very appreciative of it. But we expect MRSA to be instantaneously responsive on this. And if they're not, we're certainly going to speak real loud. So we appreciate your attention. To the team from CME, I know I speak for the council when we appreciate the discovery work you've done thus far. Hopefully this additional testimony tonight has been helpful as you continue to try and figure out what to do. And I think, Mrs. Schlegel, you'll get back to the council for our next meeting, if not sooner.
Yes,
with
absolutely.
When our guys can get in the street and all of these other issues. And quite frankly, I'm hoping we hear something back from MRSA about this line change issue and how could water be sucked out and how can water be pushed in. There's got to be some explanation for some of this. Maybe it's the unexplainable mystery. I'll be hard pressed to think that's the case. This is an art, this is a science, not an art. So there's got to be an explanation as to what's happening. And I can tell you, we're going to challenge whoever it is to continue to figure out what is the problem scientifically. And I know we all want to get to the same solution. Any other comments from the council?
I just have two really quick questions. I promise I'll be really fast. My first question is, when you guys reline the sewage pipe, that would actually shorten the diameter of that pipe. How much fiberglass is on the walls? Is it 2 inches? Is it 3 inches? Because that brings a 36-inch pipe. If you have 2 inches on each side, that brings a 36-inch pipe down to 32 inches, which then you can't claim your flow rate down those streets.
The pipe liner is 5/8 inch thick, and the pipe is now slicker. The fiberglass pipe is slicker than concrete pipe is, so the capacity of the pipeline actually increased. Even though the diameter got smaller, the fiberglass pipe has a less resistance to flow.
And my second question really quick is, if our laterals come out and they're only a few feet underground, okay, that means they're dropping 15-foot vertical.
I have a map. I mean, if you want to see your house, we have as-built drawings.
Well, I mean, it can't be a 10-foot increase and decrease. It can only be a few feet, correct?
Every house is different. I can show you.
But, I mean, are we on the same page that it would only be a few foot of a variation? It's not going to be a 10-foot variation, correct?
If you want to meet in the back, I'll show you a map, show you the laterals. They're different.
Okay.
I'd like to ask the 45-year veteran, anything we're missing we should be asking here? The Ed Norton of CME?
The concern that we would have is potential for whether or not we have a pressure wave in the pipe as a result of pumping activity up gradient, whereby a wave might be pressurizing the pipe, and then as that wave passes, you get a vacuum behind it.
Okay.
But I don't know that I have to check with Pete to find out the operations upstream to see how that actually flows within the pipe and whether or not you actually have those.
Okay. All right, gentlemen. We know Mrs. Schlegel's on top of it. We'll get an update, and I'm going to ask the council to take a 5-minute recess. Everyone in agreement? All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
So, I know it's late, so I'm not going to go through every single minute detail about cross-acceptance, but just to briefly go over the process. Cross-acceptance is a process mandated by the State Planning Commission by which they reevaluate their state plan. And the way that they do this is that they use the counties as agents to work with the local municipalities to bring them up to date on plan changes that the state feels is appropriate throughout the entire state of New Jersey. Monmouth County, in particular, has been working on this plan since 2004 and actually has their public hearing scheduled next Tuesday night on the 21st. Basically, I handed out a package, and I won't go through every single page on there because I know that it is late. But this is just a brief description of what cross-acceptance is, and that what typically happens is that the county initiates meetings with individual municipal representatives and goes through what the state has proposed for your individual municipality. The town then has the opportunity through the county to propose any changes to the plan as proposed by the state, as well as disagree with what the state is proposing for the individual municipality. At the back of the package, I have attached two maps. One is what's existing. It's labeled 2001. The last map in the package, which says cross-acceptance 2004, that's what's being proposed. And basically, just to kind of summarize it, if you look at the map, you'll see a bunch of numbers located all over the map. And what that does is it coincides with the legend that's located on the right-hand side. And in Howell in particular, there's a number of proposed changes that the county and the state are making, namely changing several areas of town, which were identified in a memo sent to the manager in July, which I can also forward to you if you need an additional copy of it. So there are several areas that are being changed from a PA2, which is a suburban planning area, to a PA5 due to environmental reasons. There have been identified critical environmental areas, park areas. There was one additional amendment which came out later. I guess the land that was recently acquired by Wall was identified, or from Wall, excuse me, was identified as a PA5, which is environmentally sensitive, and the county and the state feel that because it's going to be developed, it should be identified as a PA2. Basically, in Howell, the planning area designations are really critical in terms of extending infrastructure. In other municipalities that are located along the coast, it has far-reaching impacts with respect to how the DEP regulates coverage, et cetera, in those areas. It's not necessarily the case here. It's more significant for the extension of sewer, because the way that the regulations are stated, that if it's in a PA4 or 5, there's a limited ability to extend sewer into those areas. So they could directly tie into the ultimate resulting wastewater management plan, and it could have an impact as to whether or not infrastructure can be extended into certain areas. We have taken a look and have some recommendations that should be forwarded on to the county. In particular, there are specific affordable housing sites which have been identified in the plan that is presently before COA that are located in areas that are not within a PA1 or 2. They're located in a PA4 or a PA5. Those areas should be looked at by the county as far as redesignating them as a PA2. Certain areas, specifically along the Route 33 corridor, I think it would be appropriate, and that would increase the site suitability analysis that we had talked about in other areas for COA. What I will tell you, though, is Monmouth County is kind of at the end of the process. It started in 2004, and they've had a series of meetings with municipal representatives. I'm not necessarily certain who in particular from Howell they had met with initially. From what I'm hearing from Bonnie Goldschlag and Joe Barris, who are kind of leading the charge here, they have met with Howell. I don't know if it was the former manager or whomever, and that these are the recommendations that are consistent with the municipality. I would encourage you, take a look at what is put forth in the package. It really does identify the areas that they're proposing to change, and see if there's any additional areas that you as a council feel would be important to incorporate, because regardless of the fact that Monmouth County is having their hearings next week, ultimately this plan would have to be approved by the State Planning Commission. So there's going to be another series of public hearings where Howell would have an opportunity to present any additional information if something else comes to light. The only other thing that I want to add to that is that in addition to this cross-acceptance process, the state, the Office of Smart Growth, and the State Planning Commission encourage municipalities to go through a process called plan endorsement, which is another opportunity for the town. It's a voluntary process, but I will tell you as an aside, if a municipality receives subcert for their COA plan, they have to go through plan endorsement. So while it's voluntary right now, until you get your third round subcert, something that the town is going to have to undertake. And what that does is it provides a review of all your plans, you know, your land use plan, your housing plan, your farmland preservation plan, everything, and it brings to the table all the representatives from the state, Smart Growth, COA, DEP, DOT, farmland preservation, everybody, and comes up with a comprehensive approval process, and at that point in time, the town can also further amend the state plan to include areas in centers, if that's what the town would like to do, change planning areas from, 5 to 2, 2 to 5, or anything of that nature. So that process also exists beyond this cross-acceptance process.
So what action do you need the council to take tonight?
Well, what I would say is, what I will do is, I can provide to Mrs. Schlegel a copy of the letter that I had sent to Mr. Zernecki in July, which basically summarizes all the proposed changes that are in here now as it exists. In addition, there are some recommendations that we had included, which includes the areas along 33, the affordable housing sites, as well as kind of an evaluation of what they're proposing for the property acquired from Wall. And that will give you a good summary. If there's any additional areas that you would like us to look at for you, because for whatever reason, that's something that we can certainly do. And we are planning on attending the meeting next Tuesday night, the county public hearing, in order to make sure that, all of our recommendations are on the record. Whether or not they get implemented that day or not, I can't tell you, but we would be there to provide those recommendations to the county, as well as to follow up with them to see, if there's any additional meetings or any additional information that they would need from us.
So do you need direction then prior to the 21st meeting?
Yes, if possible. I know that it's a short time frame, being next Tuesday and all, so I will make sure to get that information to you immediately. It should be in the office somewhere, but I will.
No,
forward
I'll
to you.
certainly look in the files tomorrow morning and reach out to you, and then maybe you can fax it over.
Right, or I could send it via email, which may be easier to get out
Oh,
to
that would be great.
people.
If you could send it to email, I can forward it to the mayor and council, and then if you could get back with your comments and direction, I'll make sure that Ms. Beam gets it prior to the meeting.
I have a question on
Sure.
page 6.
Page 6.
There's an area circled A, 5 proposed areas between Georgia Tavern Road and Route 9 that would go to PA 5.
Right.
Route 9 is the retail corridor, if you will, from a ratables perspective. And I'm concerned, I don't know enough from what's in front of me, but I'd hate to see us begin to diminish the opportunity to further expand the retail portions along Route 9.
I totally agree with you. I think that if you turn to the last page, which has a 11 by 17 map, it says cross acceptance 2004, and you look at the Route 9 corridor in the southern portion of town, you'll see all those little twos underlined with green. The area that's green is going from a PA2 to a PA5. I think part of that is based on the fact that at this point in time, I guess the county, because their 208 plan is pending, has not yet finalized the boundaries of where the 208 area would be. But this definitely would be something that we can bring up, because it's all, I know it's a lot of information and it's late, but all of this is tied together.
I'm
The
just
area.
trying to figure out who from the township
That I
gave
don't know.
on this page 6 to say areas that are, I hate to see us have areas of Route 9.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask the question if none of the council members or yourself had asked that. Was that intended for that entire section that's circled? Or-
No, that's just a generic location, and it's referring back to this map, which is the last map of the package. So you can see specifically
So
on the
they're-
map where the
They're just talking
twos
about
are.
sections of Route 9. not
Correct.
the high-density areas that are alongside of it.
And I would also say that while this plan is part of this, this is part of the state plan, it really doesn't affect your local zoning. And if there's infrastructure in place already, that there would be little that this would do to affect that. But this is something that, we can certainly bring up when we meet with the county and as a concern. I mean, I'm sorry.
Mr. Davis, when you were the manager, who, if you recall, I know there was a lot of back and forth discussion with, I always heard the name it's Bonnie Goldschlag, and who represented the municipality during your tenure on these kinds of discussions, if you recall? Who would it have likely have been? It was before that.
I seem to recall it was Mr. Kniesler and Mr. Sheehan, if I remember correctly.
God
'cause
help us.
I know I had attended one or two county meetings, with them, but I believe it was that group.
I don't mean any disrespect to them, but I certainly would have no confidence in
Mayor, this is going on elsewhere in virtually every county in the state. Jennifer can tell you, because she's the planner in Oldham's Township, down in Salem County. On April 18th.
We'll open it up, Mr. Brathwaite will recognize you. No, that's okay. We'll give you a chance.
This is the southern part from 195 south on 9. They're making the whole.
No.
What's inside the yellow circle?
No. Turn to the last map in the package. It says cross-acceptance 2004.
I'm just looking at this.
And if you see, that's just a generic location of the areas, and it's referring back to this last map. If you see, the red is a PA2.
Okay.
The green is a PA5. And the areas that have the numbers are the areas that are being changed or being proposed for change. It's not the entire corridor, it's just...
But there's still portions of Route 9.
Oh, absolutely, I agree.
Isn't that the area that's just recently been sewered too?
Yes.
So we just recently sewered the area. We incurred all the expenses because it obviously makes sense from a ratables perspective, and now we're going to say you can't build on it.
No, that's not what it's saying.
It would be pretty difficult if it's a PA5, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't. It doesn't affect your local zoning. It only affects your ability to bring infrastructure in there later. Your infrastructure is there already. If there was no sewer there, and it was a PA5,
Then it's a
you would
problem.
have a hard time bringing sewer into that location. But because the infrastructure is already
Okay,
there,
that's a helpful
it really
clarification
would
then.
not affect your ability to develop that
Jennifer,
corridor.
But that begs the question, then why should it be planned for PA5 then? Why shouldn't it be planned
I
for
totally agree. I think
Yeah.
that there's
You're right.
significant considerations, and there's been significant development in that area.
And if
that
it already
would-
has a sewer service and it's Route 9 and it's highway frontage,
Right,
and if there are other restrictions that make it non-developable from a commercial or retail perspective, then they would already apply.
Still need a state permit to extend the sewer line.
All right, so is there any specific action you need this evening other than you're going to get?
No.
Okay.
I think the initial intent, or the original intent for me to present this information was just to kind of bring you up to speed with respect to where the process was. And we had done the summary in July, and then this was just kind of a coordination issue to tell you where we are, and that the unfortunate circumstance is the timing with relationship to the public hearings at the county, which are going to be occurring next week. So, and the feedback that I got from the county at a recent meeting that I attended at the state was that they would be there would be limited ability to modify this as far as from their perspective at this point in time. What I would say, however, is that they are not the be-all and end-all. The State Planning Commission is the entity that ultimately adopts the plan, and that there will be public hearings at that venue. And so if the county at this point is unwilling to modify the plan, there are remedies down the line to affect the changes that you would like to see at the state level.
Okay. You have another question?
I would like permission to spend an hour or two, if possible, early next week, so I can go over this and understand it fully.
Absolutely, that's not a problem. I'd be more than happy to.
If council
Yeah, anyone have a
directs
problem with
them,
that?
No.
No, I certainly don't.
Deputy Mayor, I'll schedule a meeting then, let you know.
Monday or Tuesday.
I think
I'm
it's
fine.
important, though, that what we do is get the information from Ms. Beam, get it out to the council, look at her recommendations, get it back to us prior to the 21st meeting, whether they're willing to make changes or not. You can get those recommendations on record, okay? And then we can move from down the road.
Okay.
Is everyone in agreement on that?
You have a comment, Tim?
Yes, I think it's important for the council to realize, and also for the planner to realize, although we have sanitary sewer facilities on Route 9, what normally would happen is that a structure or a facility of a size triggers a DEP TWA permit.
That's
That
the
is true,
holdup.
that is true, that is true.
And that was the reason I raised the whole issue about Route
Yes.
9. And let's not put ourselves in a situation where we
You're right.
prevent.
If you need to go to the DEP for a treatment works approval, that would be,
Well, I think one of the preliminary comments, absent some extra information, at least for me, would be, I don't know how everyone else feels, is that if we have highway frontage on Route 9 that we've just sewered for the specific purpose of expanding the retail base on that highway, it would make no sense for it to be now considered
environmentally
sensitive,
I totally
where we could
agree.
run into this issue. And that's been my concern with this all along.
absolutely.
We don't want to get into that issue again, Mayor.
Right.
We don't want to get into that sewer issue again, Mayor.
No, please, no more sewer issues tonight. All right, we're going to open up to the public on this. If anyone has any questions or comments, yes, ma'am, and I'll get to you next, Mr. Bathgate. Yes, if you just come up and, no problem.
Bobby Sue Bowers, Howell Township Environmental Commission. I would just like to request that the letter that was sent in July and the present packet and any future correspondence be copied to the Environmental Commission. We have not had a chance to review this.
No problem.
And if it's possible for any of us to get copies of it, you know, tonight or tomorrow so that we can review it before Tuesday.
You can have
that would
my
be
copy.
appreciated.
Sure.
Okay, you can take this extra one as well. My copy is in the office. This is an extra one. This is Mr. Davis's copy.
He doesn't need it.
Thanks. There's the other one. Yes, Mr. Bathgate, and then
Just to speak in a general sense.
if you would introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Lawrence Bathgate. I'm a Howell Township property owner, and I'm an attorney with offices in Lakewood, New Jersey. Jennifer is the planner in Oldham's Township. Oldham's Township is the township in Salem County that straddles Route 295 for many miles. On April 18th of 2007, there was a cross-acceptance hearing down in Salem County. More than 1,000 people showed up because the NJDEP, not the State Planning Commission, but the people inside the NJDEP were proposing to rezone from PA2 to PA5 over 11,000 acres.
Basically the whole town.
Basically the entire town. The two members of the State Planning Commission were there. Other senior people from NJDEP were there. And they had placards, they had the Philadelphia TV stations. It was bedlam. They were afraid for their lives. And so they withdrew that. But that same approach of trying to strong-arm municipalities is going on everywhere in the state of New Jersey. And as Mr. Gillen said, once you're in a 5, once you're in a 4, once you're in a 3, even if you have utilities there that exist, you need to get a sewer extension permit. You can zone it anything you want to do, and you can give it approval. But unless you can get sewer and water, as we learned earlier tonight, unless you can get sewer, you can't build anything. So my counsel to you is take a very hard look and don't be bamboozled and don't be pushed. And the next thing we're going to talk about is the 208. And what happened, you'll remember, Mayor, you were on the council at the time. Back in the summer of 2004, the council was told that you had to act on the 208 by June 30th of 2004. And you got pressured into it, and you acted on August 2nd of 2004. That's over 3 years ago. The state is yet to act on that 208. So today, all of Howell Township is in the 208. And whatever you take out of it, because most of Howell already is in 4 and 5. If you are in a 3, a 4, or a 5, you will not get the approval from the state to take the sewer into those areas, period. It has never happened in the history of the state. It is not going to happen again. And the idea of plan endorsement and going up there with your hat in your hand to try to get them to let you take sewer somewhere because you'd like to see something done, you're going to get the same kind of reaction that Jennifer's getting from the county because it's become a cooperative effort in certain counties with people in the planning office at the county level say, we're not doing that. It's not up to the county to say how Howell Township or any other municipality in this county decides how they would like to see their property developed. That's up to you to do.
Thank you, Ms. Bethke. Mr. Smith, you want to be recognized? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bethke.
Yes, Don Smith, Vice Chairman, Howell Township Environmental Commission. I think as some of you remember, some of us on the commission got in a little bit of trouble a few years ago commenting on this. And, you know, I wish you could hear the way it sounds. You're taking what environmentally sensitive, and then you're saying, well, we don't want it that way because we can't develop it then. Rather than taking the facts for what they are. I mean, the land is what the land is. And it just seems to be that we're trying to turn it around and saying what we wish it was. And let's just make it that so we can develop it, so we can put sewers here, there, anywheres. And it doesn't have a good ring to it. And it bothers me the way we just flip the category, whether it's deserving of it or not. And I got to tell you, I haven't had a chance to look this over. I'll look it over with Bobby Sue and see what it amounts to. But I can say I'm going to be at another public meeting next Tuesday. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Don?
Anyone else on this particular issue, the discussion on the cross-acceptance? Okay. I think the council has its direction. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm going to ask the council on 5A8 that we just carry that to whatever the next meeting is. We're not going to get to that tonight. I had asked for it to be put on. Anyone have a problem with that? We need to have our discussion on a presentation on the cross-acceptance. But before we do that, because I think that's going to take a little time, if anyone has any objection, I'd like to ask that someone entertain a motion moving Articles 6A1 through 6A6.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
6A1 and 2 should have separate votes because the resolutions need to have a deletion made for each one.
Okay. So can we have a motion then, and then we'll have comments, but a motion for 6A4, 5, and 6 respectively?
So moved.
We have a motion. We need a second.
Second.
Are there any comments or remarks on 6A3, 4, 5, or 6? Hearing no comments, roll call, please, Mr. Davis.
Mrs. Dalton?
Yes.
Mr. Howell?
Yes.
Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
Mayor DeBella?
Yes. 6A1, Mr. Bongiovanni, what are the pertinent updates that need our attention?
The resolution still contains the wording that as a condition, the applicant will be required to obtain the road opening permits, even though we found out that they don't need to in this particular instance.
So they do not need...
Yeah, so that paragraph, I believe it's paragraph 2 in the bottom of the page, page 1, really should just be deleted, and you should adopt it with that deletion.
Okay, so I'd like to ask a member of the council to make a motion, 6A1, with the notation that provision or paragraph 2 be struck in that the applicant does not need to have approval with respect to the road opening. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, we need a motion, please.
So moved, Mayor.
We have a motion, we need a second.
Second.
Any comments or remarks? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mrs. Dalton?
Yes.
Mr. Howell?
Yes.
Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
Mayor DeBella?
Yes. 6A2, what's the change, Mr. Bongiovanni?
Actually, 6A2 does not have it.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have
So we just need a motion, please.
So moved.
And we need a second.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or remarks? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mrs. Dalton?
Yes.
Mr. Howell?
Yes.
Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
Mayor DeBella?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay, the council has a requirement to have a hearing, a public hearing, if you will, on our 208 wastewater management plan. Mr. Peters is here from CME. Mr. Peters, is there any opening commentary that you'd like to give at this point?
None, sir. I believe this is going to be led off by our township attorney.
It is. It's going to be led off by the township attorney. All right, Mr. Bongiovanni, well, I understand we have a reason to, or need to have a public hearing with respect to our 208 plan. Are there any specific provisions or comments you need to share with us?
No, be very brief, Mr. Mayor. As Mr. Bathgate alluded, the township has already held, I believe it was more than one day of hearings on this. You can call them hearings. Everything we do in public is a hearing. We're asking for anybody in the audience tonight, and we've advertised it that way, if they have comments or arguments they would like to make one way or the other in favor of the 208 plan as proposed, or the proposed changes of it from the current one that Mr. Bathgate alluded to before. So anybody who has any comments regarding that, tonight is the time to make them.
Okay. So the council will entertain public comment on the 208 plan. I believe it was ratified back in 2004, and no changes have been made to what was proposed back in 2004.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's right.
So, looks like you'd like to be heard, Mr. Bathgate. Yeah, we just need from a parliamentary perspective, we do need a motion and a second to extend the meeting. Who else here this evening would like to comment on this? All right, just for the time management's sake, can Councilor Reed extend till 12 o'clock? All right, is there a motion?
So moved, man.
We need a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
No, just got to stay par for the course.
Mr. Bathgate, good evening. What do you have for us?
Mr. Mayor, back in August 2nd of 2004, as I made my comments earlier, the committee then voted to...
Mr. Bathgate, I'm being told they can't hear you in the back of the room. I'm sorry.
On August 2nd, 2004, the then Township Committee adopted a resolution approving a new 208 plan that effectively and constructively took most of Howell Township out of the 208, except for where it currently existed with sewers and along the Route 9 corridor and the Route 33 corridor and a couple of isolated other patches. Subsequent thereto, our office filed a lawsuit in the fall of 2004, and the matter has been pending in court ever since. And and we had asked that the matter be remanded back because a public hearing was not held. The council acted before they opened the meeting to the public, and the court has indicated that informally to Howell Township's council that was an inappropriate way to go about it. Earlier, we heard from Jennifer and from Mr. Gillen concerning the cross-acceptance process and the reach of the state to try to take what is in Planning Area 2 and try to make it Planning Area 5 in Howell, including properties along Route 9 and along Route 33, areas where you had previously in your amended 04 plan attempted to put into the 208. As we sit here tonight, all of Howell Township is in the 208. The state plan that is officially in Trenton, and it was confirmed at a meeting at the State Office of Smart Growth a couple of weeks ago, that today all of Howell Township is in the 208. So the Township Committee, this Township Committee, has the right to take a second look at this now to decide what it wants to do. And I'd like to speak in one direction. A couple of years ago, the then Township Committee decided that it was going to try to acquire 305 acres in the heart of Howell Township, contiguous to the Manasquan Reservoir. It went about that, and I applaud them for that. I mean, it had a lot of foresight to it.
We got half of it.
Well, you got more than half of it. You got 163 acres, and it's the Harms property. And there have been a variety of newspaper articles and comments here in this room about the desire of the township to build a new town hall, to build a new school, to get a recreation facility, and a location for those things was thought to be the Harms property, or that 305 acres, which was the original plan to acquire there. If you don't have sewer there, if you don't put the Harms property into the 208, you will never use it for anything. It is State Planning Area 4. I will tell you, and others here maybe will support this, I'm involved in a place called Woolwich Township. It's at exit 2 of the New Jersey Turnpike. That's in State Planning Area 3. And exit 2 is virtually the only exit on the New Jersey Turnpike, save 7A, that's not a State Planning Area 1 or 2. Route 322 runs from there to the Commodore Barry Bridge. It's about 3 miles ahead. You have to cross over Route 295, which, by the way, Oldham's Township is just south of that, where they're trying to make that a Planning Area 5, saying it's environmentally sensitive. It's not environmentally sensitive. They're farms. They can be used. The land is fabulous land. They just want to preserve the property, so they preserve it by putting it in State Planning Area 5. If you try to use the Harms property for anything other than what it is today, which is trees, you will not be able to use the property. Now the township borrowed $18 million. You're paying interest on that money. It costs money to own it, costs money to maintain it. And for the life of me, as a citizen who used to live here and a taxpayer, a property taxpayer here today, I don't understand why this committee, or the previous one for that matter, would have thought to exclude the Harms property. Leave your options open. The reality is that before the 2004 Township Committee, for the 203 years that the township existed before that, no prior committee attempted to tie the hands of its successors. This committee now has an opportunity to revisit that map and say, where do we want to see some development someday? It doesn't have to be wholesale all over town, but it can be places where you can do some planning that will generate some fiscal responsibility, that will generate some ratables, that will not generate excessive traffic and won't exacerbate the school children population. There are ways to do that. You may remember, Mayor, because you were on the committee at the time as well, back in 2003, the then Township Committee commissioned a report to be done by your planner to investigate whether or not senior citizens would be a viable idea for the Township of Howell. And they did that, a respected firm. And they come out with a report for 2000. They thought that Howell should have by 2020, 2,500 senior communities, units rather, in gated communities at a $400,000 or $500,000 kind of price range, an upper end kind of thing, like they're building in some other Monmouth County communities and Northern Ocean County communities now. That was never acted upon. The Township Committee then and ever since has never zoned on one piece of property to allow that use. You don't have to do that. But if you don't have sewer or the right to take sewer anywhere, you can never do that. Not just this committee, but any committee that comes after this. Because large parts of Howell, most of Howell is in 4 and 5. And the property in Woolwich is in 3. The NJDEP doesn't have the right to amend the 208 without the State Planning Commission and the Office of Smart Growth changing it from State Planning Area 3 to either a 1, a 2, or a town center. The only way you can get a 208 expanded is if you're in a 1, a 2, or a town center, period. It's never happened, and if we stick with the map that you proposed in 2004, you're going to limit the options that this committee and committees after you are able to do. And I just call it to your attention. It's your vote. You're right. Nobody changed anything on the map. Harms is still out. The Pinnacle piece, we talked about trying to get sewer for Freewood Acres. We talked about redevelopment areas. We talked about how we can generate some capital without putting their hands in all the other taxpayers' pockets of Howell Township to do some of the things that this committee and its predecessor committee knows needs to be done. And unless we get some additional ratables that can generate additional money, the only place to get that money is from the people who live here now in the units, the housing units that we have and the other ratables that we have. And so that's really the speech. It's a very serious act you're about to just like the cross-acceptance. These things all work together, as Jennifer told us earlier, and she's right about that. That conclusion is an accurate conclusion. But I would just encourage you to take a good hard look at some of these areas that you don't have in the sewer now. Harms being one of them. The piece next door, the sewer is right there at the adjoining property. And then if you want to do some of the other things that you're thinking about doing, you'll be able to do it. If you don't act in that direction, you will not be able to do it, period. It's not my opinion. Your experts told you that back in 2004. There has never been a recorded incident in the history of the state of New Jersey where the NJDEP put something back in a 208 after it was taken out, ever, not one time. And the cross-acceptance process and the idea of the plan endorsement that they suggested to us at the meeting we had 2 weeks ago, you go with your hat in your hand, and the answer is they don't do that either. Woolwich Township has spent over $600,000 and 4 years now trying to get the Office of Smart Growth. And we have these giant meetings, by the way. This is that plan endorsement idea. We've had giant meetings that I've sat at the table with 40 people from NJDEP, from Office of Smart Growth, from State Planning Commission, NJDOT, Gloucester County Planning Board, Woolwich Township, the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Authority comes to the meetings, and everybody comes with an entourage. And you talk and you talk and you talk, and nothing happens. Ultimately, it may happen someday. It hasn't happened in 4 years. And if you're talking about smart growth, that's Exit 2, that's 295, that's the Commodore Barry Bridge. You would think that's where you would want to see something happen. It's not happening there. And you see what they're trying to do to Howell along Route 9. And you can look at the land, they're trying to make 5. Look at the land next door, it's the same land. The land next door has got a building on it. And, I don't want to be a cynic, but you have to kind of drill down and look through it to see really what's going on. So I would just ask you to take a good hard look as to what property in this town you're going to be taking out of the 2.8 that you shouldn't take out of the 2.8, that you should leave in to leave some of your options open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Bethgate. Other comments on the public hearing? Mrs. Smith.
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
Mr. Minciano, Mr. Bethke just said that the sewer's right next to that property. Where are they?
Next to the Harms, he's referencing.
It's next to Pinnacle.
Next to Pinnacle.
Yeah, where those houses. Let me research it with my map while Mrs. Smith.
I'd appreciate that. I'd just like to know.
Good evening, Mrs. Smith.
Pauline Smith, Vanderveer Road, for almost 44 years now. Almost as many years as Mr. Bathgate hasn't lived in Howell. I'd like to address my Township Council. And I have several comments. Firstly, Colts Neck does darn good without any sewer. Any at all. Their tax rate's a hell of a lot lower than ours. Look at that. And as far as not being able, if you want to, you or some other township council would like to build something on the Harms, what we call the Harms property. As we have many times checked, and you have heard, I think you all have heard, from the county office in charge that municipal development property extension does not need to be part of the plan. You just have to show them that it is for municipal purposes for public health, safety, and welfare. You don't need to be part of it. And please, as I always say, don't just take my word. Make the phone calls. Go talk to them yourself. I am going to make it short and sweet because it's late and I have to go home and finish my blanking pickles yet. And I resent having to do this over and over again. Blanking. That's as bad as I get.
Pauline
They
cursed.
were gherkins.
Okay.
Pauline said pickles, I heard.
No, please. I love you all, but this is a very serious matter. Very serious. And I'm going to make a generic comment and then going to make a strong suggestion. Oh, please, before I go into that, would somebody please explain to me the official necessity for this public hearing tonight?
The official necessity is we didn't have a public hearing in 2004. There was not an official public hearing.
That's what I hear from Mr. Bathgate, but I swear I remember standing here talking at a public hearing. And it was maybe not documented as an official public hearing, but it was the night that the vote was taken and we spoke on it. I don't know how it was advertised.
Members of the public were not allowed.
Mr. Bongiovanni, do you want
Members of the public were not allowed to speak.
Well, then we spoke at the public portion.
Here's what happened, Mrs.
Maybe
Smith.
you spoke as an official. You know, maybe officials were permitted to speak.
What happened is my recollection.
I was chairman of the planning board.
What happened at the time, and Mayor Konopka was chairing the meeting, and he did a good job chairing the meetings. But I think the evening that the issue was voted on was that there was not a public portion prior to the vote. We took months
Oh,
of
yeah,
comments.
I know, I remember that. I do remember that.
Months of
Yeah.
long comments.
But
But
so
there
it's
was
a
not an
technicality.
official, it was not an official public
Advertised,
hearing.
et cetera. Okay,
And as a
understood
result
now.
of that, we need to afford the public an opportunity to give us their comments on an official basis
At the-
specific to this.
Yes, I understand that, and I'm all for it. But as I said, I remember speaking on it, I remember other people speaking on it, and I remember a lot of open meetings. We at the planning board had a public hearing, but I guess before the council did, it wasn't advertised as an official public hearing, and I can understand and appreciate that. Thank you, both. Okay, now I'm going to make my strong statement that I don't want to insult anybody, but in my own opinion of observation in all these 44 years, from a very, very young new bride to next week I'll be 64. And I'm white-haired and raised a lot of children and tried to do the right thing by Howell Township and its people. And in my observation, there's been a lot of damage done for the sake of nothing but making money. And there's a lot more important things in this life than making money. You have to survive to live. But I wouldn't complain about my tax dollars if it kept things like having the misuse and change 208 plan that we worked for years. By the way, just for my own knowledge, are you as my representatives, my Howell Township Council, aware that the plan that's on file in the state was submitted by MRSA, that the Howell Township then committee, now council, planning board, nobody did it, it was MRSA that did it? That's what sits up there in Trenton, a MRSA plan. And MRSA said, where MRSA goes, everything is sewerable. There was no input, we fought, that was in 1993. Again, please check. I think there were public hearings, but MRSA, and who knew what MRSA was at the time? Do you understand what I mean? And who responded to them? The township didn't officially respond. I was on council in '93. And they just basically said, we're sewering everywhere. So at that time, when we found out about it, we worked for a sewer master plan because sewer is necessary in certain places. but sewer everywhere is a detriment. If we never had any sewer, even though I know I just said it's necessary, you think it's necessary, if we never had any of it, we'd be a hell of a lot better in Howell Township. Our taxes wouldn't be high, we wouldn't be forced into high-density development, we wouldn't have COA problems that we have. But we do have some sewer. We need a plan, a responsible plan, which is what we finally got and should be consistent with the 208 plan. The sewer master plan and the 208 plan should be and are now consistent. Does anybody know why the state has not, why it's still the MRSA plan and not the current 208 plan is submitted by the county? Why?
Because the Monmouth County Planning Board rejected our plan.
That's your plan.
Right.
I'm talking about our plan that was done in 204, the plan that's there now. What's going on between the county and the state?
Oh, between the county and the state. Okay.
We were okay with that plan. We worked for that plan. Your vision doesn't like that plan, but your vision, I'm sorry, and it's not personal, but I know your vision for all that development from what sewer.
Well, I'm going to stop you because I voted in favor not to put harms in the plan. That was our plan, Mrs. Smith.
No. I'm not talking about harms. I'm talking about generalities.
But even in general, the plan that we approved in 2004 had your blessing and your endorsement.
Yes, I do. That's
Okay.
the one I'm talking about. I'm okay with.
Okay.
I thought you wanted to do more. I thought you
Now?
wanted. Yeah.
Did
We
anybody-
haven't submitted any.
Nothing has changed.
Okay. I'm glad.
We said that we have to have a public hearing. Nothing has changed from what was submitted in 2004 until now. We need to have a public hearing. But am I missing something, Mrs. Dalton?
Mr.
Howell,
DeBella?
Mr. Wall?
Purpose is to
You
consider.
said something and didn't tell me?
I'm telling you,
Mr.
boy.
DeBella, please.
Jeez.
I want you to look straight in my eye because this probably will not happen again. I'm very sorry I misjudged you.
Okay.
Pauline said pickles and that.
Close the meeting.
Yeah, I need to go home.
Bang the gavel.
Mrs. Smith,
Then
just,
I support, if you don't, I support you.
I got a phone call from the weather forecast. Hell just froze over.
Mrs. Smith,
Okay.
at this moment,
You're just looking into it,
We're
trying
having
to do
a
the
public
right
hearing
thing.
on the plan that was approved in
Okay,
2004. We need to
very good.
entertain comments. I don't know what this council may elect to do, add in, take out, but
Okay.
there has been no,
But if you did that, then there'd have to be another public hearing.
there would.
Okay.
There would be.
we're having the public hearing now from 2004.
Okay, good.
So the only way that there'll be any changes is if you recommend them,
Or
I
if a member of the
believe,
council
or if the
recommends.
council does, so.
Okay, then I will just simply do without giving the world hell.
Yeah, 'cause we only got 4 minutes left.
yeah,
Okay,
you got up here frowning, now you're smiling.
because I'm comfortable now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm comfortable with you.
Sit down, Don. Get home for the pickles.
I haven't, I would, if you do, I'm going to give this, oh, this is the right one, yeah, to Helene as manager. It's the number of the contact in the DEP Division of Watershed Management, who is working on the plan. And if you have any inkling, I would ask you, please, as my Howell Township Council, to check with these people before you do, so you know what's going on. Will you please do that?
Well, I do have issues. That's why I asked the council, if they mind if I sat with Jennifer Beam Monday or Tuesday. I want to understand all this.
I think
mean,
that's
it looks like
wonderful.
they put Route 33, all of it.
And
All of Route 33 environmentally.
Careful, that's what got me in trouble a couple of years
yeah,
ago.
just,
No, but-
you know,
No,
maybe-
I
rural,
still think I'm right.
environmentally sensitive.
Correct.
If I'm matching the color
You're correct.
against the map,
if I may, this man said, please call him. He's willing, if he talked to me, he didn't, I'm nobody.
I'll be there to,
Please
I'll be
talk
glad
to
to
him,
if
and
I have questions.
he said, please do so. It wasn't my, my instigation. I said, what's going on here? Why are we doing this? Nobody knows about it. Now I understand. Thank you. And please discuss with
Great.
him so that you
Okay.
do know what's going on.
you
Thank you,
seen
Mrs.
this
Smith.
No, I have not seen it.
Mr. Smith, you have some comments, sir?
Don Smith, 54 Vanderveer Road, also Vice Chair of Howell Township Environmental Commission. I just want to set one thing straight that Pauline mentioned before about the municipality, if they want to extend sewer into land they own. They have to go into the plan, but they don't have to go through the same process that anybody else would have to go through. It's almost an automated thing. And this was explained to us. Janet and Elizabeth and I were at the county hearings for this particular 208 plan. I guess that was in 2004 when it was submitted to the county, along with Mr. Tom Kellers. And it was very clearly explained to us and to Mr. Van Dorp from Mazer, who was our utility engineer at the time. They went into a great deal of explanation on how it worked for the municipalities, because at that time, I think you were looking at the harm site and actually this area for where this building stands today for possible sewer. And
we had that conversation, I believe, my second meeting. Me, the mayor, and Councilman Malave were here, and so that was December of 2005.
Yeah, they explained very clearly the process that the township would go through, that you didn't have to put it into the plan now, that it was, it was an expedited system, not the long, drawn-out process for other other individuals, developers, whatnot. That's really all I wanted to clear. But if you have any questions, please call the people in the know on this, because evidently the DEP is the only one that knows what the devil is going on. I don't even think the county is fully aware of what the state is doing with this thing. But we're being held up. I guess we're probably the last municipality in the state of New Jersey with a 208 plan still hanging open. Okay, thanks.
Any other comments from the
I don't want
public?
to argument. I've known Mr. Smith for 40 years, but I will tell you something. Ask the DEP wherever they let the only incident that anybody can recall is where there was a school that needed sewer, and they let the sewer line be extended to the school, period. Nothing more than that. So, and when you talk to DEP, you have to ask them the right questions. There are no wrong answers, there are only wrong questions. And the question is, give us an example where it's ever happened and tell us what that is. And you'll find out when you talk to Mazer or CME or any engineering firm or any lawyer who does this kind of work, or deal with people who used to be at DEP and are now out in private practice. Say, has it ever happened? The answer is another. Once you're out, you're out. It doesn't harm. You own the harm's property. You can do what you want with it or do nothing with it. But if you had it in the sewer, at least you have some options. If it's not there, then you have to go through some protocol and hope you get the answer. They've never given that answer affirmatively, period.
All right, anyone else like, yes, ma'am, Mrs. Tiskevich? And then we'll get to you, Mr. Poland, sir. I didn't see you raise your hand before, Mrs. Tiskevich.
Elizabeth Naskevich, Maxim Road. I specifically heard from Mr. Keller. I met with him concerning sewering Bear Swamp because I felt that the whole idea of running sewers to the ball fields was just a ploy to get sewer down 547. So I had a long talk with Mr. Keller, and he told me specifically that for a municipal reason, you could just go in and ask to have the sewers, that you absolutely did not have to put it in the 208 plan. And I just kind of consider Tom Keller's the guru of wastewater management and sewer plans. All I have to say is I've been following this sewer, to sewer or not to sewer, for 34 years now. And I really feel that the only way we're going to hold development down is to keep the sewers out. I totally agree with Don that you're just trying to make the land into something it's not. Well, we don't want it to be environmentally sensitive, so if we put the sewers in, we can change the fact. If it's environmentally sensitive, you should probably skip that piece for building, whether the sewers are there or not. But it doesn't happen that way. Once the sewers go in, we're cooked. So I would like to see this council do everything in your power to get together with the county and see that this 208 plan goes in the right way to the, and gets approved, or that it goes through the state, through the right channels, and gets approved once and for all. Because I'm tired of this. And I'm a face that's been around for 34 years, and I think Mr. Bathgate's been fighting this in the opposite direction for 34 years. I'm tired, and I'd like to see something finally accomplished. Colts Neck does have a better shake at taxes and lifestyle in a lot of respects, and sewers have a lot to do with it. So please, get together with the county and get the state to approve this once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boland. Do you have a comment? All right, is there anyone else who wants to comment on this particular issue? Mr. Costigan does. All right, can I ask the council's indulgence to extend to 12:10?
12:10, that's it, man.
Okay, so we're gonna be finished at 12:10, so I just need everyone to kind of be conscious of the time of your neighbors. Mr. Boland, go right ahead.
Yes, Russ Boland, Belmar Boulevard. I've been studying these maps for the past couple of years. I believe this is what we call our 208 plan that's being proposed for adoption. I want to call your attention to one anomaly on this map. There's an isolated couple parcels on Birdsall Road extending to Belmar Boulevard that show that it was part of the existing sewer plan. I'd asked in the engineering office when I found this out a couple of years ago why that was, and nobody had an answer for it and concluded it was an anomaly. If you can consider pulling these parcels out, I think it would be wise, because the developer over the past couple of years tried to use that as a loophole to extend sewer service to that area.
Just for the benefit of the public, which area, Mr. Boland, is there a general proximity?
In particular, Birdsall Road, it's block 224, lot 10 is this piece.
Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Boland is referring to the subject matter of another bit of litigation ongoing. Right?
There's a number of things going on with some of those properties, but
is that the one we're talking about on Birdsall Road, that kind of area around there?
Yeah, that, but additional properties that extend out to Main Street in Farmingdale, Route 524, 547. That's the nearest sewer line is down a couple miles down the road, or a mile or so down the road in front of Mulligan's around Hurley Pond Road. So this, to say, this is an isolated couple parcels, and there seems to be no reason for that.
All right, we appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Coakley, come on up. Mr. Costigan, why don't you get yourself ready in the bullpen? Good evening, Mrs. Coakley, or good morning.
Good evening. Janet Coakley, 3039 Lakewood Ellenwood Road, and I just wanted to speak in favor of the 2004 plan, the 208 plan, request that you approve it. I am concerned that it was mentioned that there's a discrepancy between the county plan, the 208 plan that you're attempting to approve tonight, and the state plan. And I didn't think that Pauline's comments were clear that that is the reason that someone needs to call the state, so that the two plans are in agreement and that we have consensus, so that we do not have future issues.
Let me just clarify. There really isn't any discrepancy. The problem is that the county has not passed on the 2004 two-way plan to the state. So the state has a previous plan on file that shows the entire township in the sewer service area.
Correct.
So that is the discrepancy, but it's because the 2004 plan has not been submitted to the state.
I gather that that is incorrect, that the plan has actually been submitted 3 times to the state. That's why I thought that that was not clear from Pauline's comments, but it indeed has been submitted 3 times. There are some i's that need to be dotted and t's that need to be crossed in order to have that accomplished. And that's why it is critical that someone contact the state and make sure that process is completed.
Giovanni, you...
Yeah, the county has not accepted it, and I believe it can't be accepted by the state until the county
does.
accepts it.
I'm
County has told us they've not accepted our plan.
Well, perhaps you'll let Pauline come back and just clarify some of her comments, but that is the information that we have, that is an issue and that it needs to be resolved. So I just
where's
wanna
your
make that
information
clear.
from?
My information comes from the history of this litigation and also from reading up on the subject matter in the New Jersey Administrative Code. I believe the county has to accept the plan first, and then it can be approved by the state or put into the state plan.
Okay, I don't know the detail. I only had a brief second-party conversation. I'm just saying that I understand that there's an issue there that
So
needs
you
to
don't
be
know if it's
resolved.
been sent 3 times to the state?
I was told it's been sent 3 times to the state. That's what I was told. So that's what I'm saying. If you want to let Pauline clarify the exact conversation, you'll be better off.
Let's
All
get to
right?
Mr. Costigan first. He's been
One
waiting.
last thing. I just want to point out that I appreciate that Mr. Bathgate took the time to come out here tonight to present on behalf of Howell Township. I'm not exactly sure that that are his precise motives, and I hope you'll consider the residents' comments.
We have to consider all the comments, as you know, Mrs. Coakley.
And balance
in a public hearing.
John Costigan, 214 Birdsall Road.
Yes, Mr. Costigan.
The one thing, when Mr. Vina came before the council, I was here also, and I think I spoke shortly thereafter. And my opinion at the time, and it still was that study that he did was flawed. That was my opinion. Doesn't mean that he was wrong, just was my opinion on the 2,542 senior citizen assisted living things we needed. There's a cost to that also. It's not all just tax money coming in and no school children. But my main reason for coming up tonight was to say that I heard Colts Neck mentioned twice tonight, maybe thrice. Colts Neck is 4% ratables. They got a better tax rate than we do. So they must be doing something right with very little ratables. So maybe ratables aren't what they're all made out to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costigan. Okay. Any other comments from the public on this particular issue before we formally close the public hearing? Are there any other comments before we close the public hearing? All right, let the record reflect that there are no additional requests for comments. We're going to close the public hearing on the 208 plan. Mr. Bongiovanni, I don't believe we're taking action on this this evening.
I don't think so.
Okay. So we're statutorily correct at this point with respect to the hearing? And
yes, we could take some time to think about it, and you could vote on the next meeting, or...
Okay.
Can I, Mr. Nazar, did you look that up?
Yes, I consulted with Mr. Peters, and there is a MRSA line on Route 9, and there is some areas in the 2004 plan that where sewer is not, the infrastructure's not there, but the areas could be considered for sewer. So the closest manhole, let's say, would be Route 9 and White Street.
By the Wawa there?
Correct.
Are any other comments on this particular topic? Okay. Mrs. Schlegel, I don't believe there's any other business. Is that correct?
I think that's it, Mayor.
All right. I want to remind the council our next meeting is Tuesday, August 21st. We have August 21st, forgive me, executive session at 6:30. A regular meeting is at 7:30. I'd ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mayor.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good morning.
Right on,